It looks live. Finally, it only took 51 minutes to get here. Welcome. I know I haven't been here for a long time. It feels like years since I've streamed. This is Looks Live. This is a Saturday night in your prime. Wrong button, but you know what I mean. Saturday night in your prime, and we're back. Yes, we have a guest today. His name is Back to School Cell. We had some issues with him hearing feedback, and we tried to work those issues through. And in celibate luck, it didn't happen. So we'll try our best to get through it as best we can. Do you want to say hello, Back to School Cell?
Yeah, sure. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Face, thanks for having me on. Hopefully the feedback isn't too bad or anything.
I'm not hearing any feedback, so I don't think they can, but we have no idea. We'll find out when it's too late.
All right.
So, just some housekeeping. Yeah, there are like 20 more days left of this year. So remember on New Year's Eve 2019 when you said, I'm going to get a girlfriend next year. This is my year.
Oh my
I
God.
think we could safely say like nope, not happening this year. You have 20 days to do what you couldn't do, the entire year. So yeah, you are yeah, maybe 2021 is your year. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, COVID really changed the dating game. So when I said that, I anticipated like the pandemic to be a much shorter thing, and the pandemic has, especially because we're going to be talking about height on here, it has made for short guys, it has made the dating like extremely difficult because essentially you're reduced to just a number on dating apps, right? So I can't go in public and I can't approach females because we're supposed to be social distancing anyway. So the way that everyone's doing it is dating apps, and then there's that whole issue of like, do you list your height? And then if you do, what girl is gonna swipe right on someone who's 5'4"?
Yeah.
There's probably like an extremely small percentage. So yeah, COVID has really hopefully the vaccine comes out soon and things go back to normal. But that's years. It's gonna end up being multiple years where I pretty much just can't.
Damn. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, we thought it would be a temporary issue, but yeah, I don't think it will last long into 2021. I think there is some kind of light, not light at the end of the tunnel. That's probably way too positive, but there is some hope of things going back to normal. Now, normal sucked. Like it sucked before. So it, yeah, it's not going to be great, but I don't think this thing is permanent.
Yeah.
The stream's current bit rate is lower than recommended bit rate. We recommend you. I don't know. Probably not. Sorry. I just had a message from my software. What else did I want to say? Yeah, someone said that your mic was a bit too high, so I've put you down to 100%. I turned you up to 150, thinking your mic would be too low, but I've turned you down. All right. What else? Yeah. Yeah. I've heard. I don't know how. I don't know how. I haven't. I didn't see the whole video, but I think Sargon of Akkad, is actually having his first child now. So this Sargon was someone who said that we in celibates just need to try a bit harder, and we're too negative. He's like early 40s, and he's having his first child. I think he is dating a single mom, and like he's from a generation where it's arguably more he has more in his favor than like my generation, your generation, and the ones like Zoomers. So that just goes to show how clueless he is. By the way, have you noticed how many people are using incelibate jargon lately? Like what using words like cope and stuff.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's on Reddit. I saw Cope the other day, and I thought that I think that like I have this theory that the incel space has always been like one step ahead of like what becomes normie stuff. Like the incel space made the Chad memes, and now the Chad memes are like if I call someone a Chad, I did that over the holiday or Thanksgiving, and people laughed, and I was like, wait, they know what this is, and now and now I started seeing people saying cope on Reddit, and yeah, it's like kind of leaking. It's like the incel space has always been like the fringe space that kind of like makes up, sometimes it's a little bit too extreme maybe, but then it kind of seeps its way into normie culture,
Yeah,
and then the incel space adapts and comes up with new stuff. It's almost like we're at the forefront of creating like the memes and everything like that.
definitely. But somewhat hypocritically, they don't like what we say. They don't like what we say, but they like our words. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. So let's get into today's content. Now, I don't know how this picture came to my into my knowledge, but yeah, this is just a random family. Um, I c- I think this is one of my pictures of the year. This a picture I'm going to definitely remember for this year. What I love slash hate about this picture is how accurately how accurately you can predict the dating lives of the two siblings in the picture. You've got a mother, a father, a son, and a daughter. Now the son looks like his face looks like those like joke shops with where you can buy like glasses with a nose attached and a mustache, and you take the whole glasses nose thing off and it's like a whole disguise. He looks like that. And the sister just looks normal. I've noticed that in male slash female siblings, there is a much better chance of producing an attractive daughter than an attractive son. I guess Mother Nature is kind of sexist in that way. And I think one definition of hell on earth must be to be an incelibate when you have a sister, because it must it must be made more manifest, more undeniable how divergent your path is from your sister's. How about because you have a sister, don't you? Back to school cell.
Yeah, my sister is 2 inches taller than me, maybe 3 inches, and the thing is, like, unlike this picture, we actually do have similar faces. So it's like I would say that maybe she's a 6 or a 6.5 in the face, and I'm probably around a 6 or 6.5, depending on who you ask. But the thing is with females, yeah, she got the height, and like I have grandparents who are like 4'11", and then the grandfathers are so we have like a very diverse in terms of height, like family like that. But she obviously can date. She can be as selective as she wants, because at that level of a female, my entire life she is pretty much like height aside. It doesn't matter for females. She pretty much only dates chads. My whole life she's been, and she has a height. This is kind of ironic, and she tells me this too to my face. She has like a height preference. Like she will not date guys who are below. Like we were talking about a guy one time that was messaging her on a dating app that was 5'9",
Oh
and
yeah.
she was like, "Oh, he's way too short. Like, are you kidding?" And I was like, "What do you mean?"
Oh,
Like, and yeah, so
does she
there's
not
me who's like
realize?
5 inches shorter than that,
She
and
doesn't
she
even
says that
realize.
to me because we're brother and sister, and she just talk openly. But it's like blackmailing enough just to talk to her, and see what like her preferences are like, and to be like, so this is what girls are saying like behind closed doors, like when they,
Yeah,
when they're
this is
looking at.
her.
But she does the thing like, oh, you'll eventually find someone, but everyone says that. So
So she says you'll find someone, and at the same time, she's blackpilling you on her height preferences as if they're unique. Because women think their preferences are unique. They think, oh, I'm kind of picky, but you'll find the right girl if you keep looking. Like, they change it. If you stop looking, you'll find the right girl. If you keep looking harder, if you keep looking, you'll find the right girl. But they don't factor in that their preferences are the same preferences that all women have. Therefore, they've effectively demonstrated why you're likely to be in celibate forever.
yeah, that's what I've experienced. And it's funny because I do have like some female friends like from high school that I still talk to, and they all say the same thing. Like that's that, I tend to get along well with females because height doesn't really impact you making friends with females. That's more face. Females don't want to be around someone who doesn't have a good face. Like anyone who is like below like a 4 out of 10 knows that. But then when it comes to
Over for
height,
me.
females don't want to date someone who's below, they don't want to even consider, they don't see someone sexual who's below like maybe 5'7", 5'7" being the cutoff. 5'8", there's still a chance that you could be seen as sexual. It's if you have decent face or you're athletic or you have a good body. But when you're like 5'7", 5'6", 5'5", any of those heights, like you're at the point where females are just going to start seeing you as a friend. But I still am able to go over and talk to females, and they're not like, "Ew, who is this guy?" It's just that they see me more as like little brother type, if that makes sense. But so when it comes to sex, it's yeah, it's everyone kind of knows that it's difficult for shorter guys, but I don't think anyone really knows how difficult, like how many rejections you really have to go through.
Yeah. I was just waiting for you to finish because we have this audio problem where you can hear feedback when I speak at the same time as you, or so I'm just trying to give space between my speaking and your speaking. Yeah. I think I have a different picture of these two. So if we go to this one and this one. Now, the daughter looks normal. There is no doubt in my mind that she will have she'll be how can I, because I'm trying not to swear and stuff. She will be sensually active within about 2, if not already. Like, she's probably getting it in right now as we speak. Whereas the son, isn't it telling that he's in a tent? Maybe they don't let him sleep in the house. I can just imagine like the mom saying, I could just imagine him saying like, "Mom, can I sleep inside?" And the mom's like, "Now, James, you scare the dog. Now go back in your tent in the garden." So yeah, it's just, it's over. This poor guy, he needs braces ASAP. I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna be short. Probably because incelibate luck works that way. Yeah, and yeah, I don't empathize with ER. The guy I'm speaking about. I don't
Yeah.
empathize with Elliot, but I can imagine, especially what he committed, but I can imagine how painful it must be to have a sister who's sensually active when you're like, you come from the same genetics, and you're living a life of a sensual hobo. You're living in sensual poverty, while your sister, who came from the same mother and father, are she's living like sensual royalty. How tall is your sister, by the way?
My sister's 5'7", so I'm 5'4". My younger sister, 2 years, 5'7", and then my younger brother is around 5'9" or 5'10", and then my youngest brother is around 5'11". So it's like goes in reverse order of ages.
Wow. So your two sisters are 5'7". They have 3 inches on you.
I have only one sister.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said two. I thought you said you had two sisters. Oh, sorry. Okay, you said something twice.
Two brothers, two younger brothers.
Oh, okay. Jeez. Okay. What else? Let's get into this. Yeah. Okay, yeah. This is you. I think the audience can tell which one is you, which one you are. Um, so it's you've been like the shortest in your class growing up. This isn't like you just stalled out at some point. This you've been short forever. Um, did your parents offer you any like hormone? Did you get taken to see someone who deals with hormones or anything?
Yeah, so when I was around 6th grade or 7th grade, it was actually probably around the time of this picture, maybe a year before this. My parents brought me to an endocrinologist, and keep in mind, I was the first child, and my parents were they were maybe young 30s, which is crazy to think about. They were only a little older than me, so they didn't really know anything about parenting like this. I was their first child, they don't really. And so when we went to the endocrinologist, they um, they brought me into the room, and they basically said after taking the bone age, that you're going to be 5'7" ish. Between 5'7" and 5'8" was the prediction. 5'8" being like the pretty much the max. And they said that because like maybe I was a year or something lagging behind, and I don't know, late bloomer, all the stuff that they usually say. And they said to my parents, like, okay, if he's 5'7", like, are you okay with that? Or like or do you want to give him this growth hormone? And keep in mind back then, there's two things that were different in the past. In the 80s, when my parents grew up, the 70s and the 80s, height was not as big of a deal at all. It's gotten worse, obviously. And if you think about it, like in all the old movies and stuff, like the action hero could be like Michael J. Fox. He could be like 5'4", 5'5". You'd be seen as like that underdog type. And females were still attracted to like shorter guys. You've seen it with like some adults. So I think my parents had like a little bit of a skewed view on everything. And then HGH was also like much less tested back then. Now it's like a socially acceptable thing. Oh yeah, just give your short kid growth hormone. But back then, remember, there's no internet. You can't just look stuff up on your phone. And the doctor is telling my parents, like, we're gonna give him this like experimental growth hormone that has the chance of giving him like it's gonna give him a few inches, but the side effects we don't know. It can cause cancer. It can have all these terrible effects when you're older. And it turns out that it doesn't actually have any terrible effects in hindsight. But well, so the way that it ended was my parents basically said, they said, no, we don't want to give our like firstborn, like our prized child, this random hormone. And so we went back a year later. That would be around the time of the picture. And it's like, oh, he's not growing. Now he might be between. Now he's not gonna make it to 5'8". He'll be like 5'6" and a half, 5'7". And they still said no. They were still scared of it. And I guess we didn't go back for like 2 years. And when we finally went back, I was 5'3", like 5'3" flat, and I was like 16. And they went back, and I don't know what I expected the doctor to say, but he basically took a bone X-ray and was like, "Okay, actually, you're completely done growing. Like you're like in that 2 years, it went from like I have like 5 inches left or something, or 6 or 7 inches, to like you basically are completely done after I had grown only like one or two more." And yeah, I don't know. My parents were both like, I don't know what they thought. They probably said a lot behind closed doors because I was still a kid. But they like, yeah, it was interesting at the time. Like I didn't really get it, and luckily I actually did grow like another half inch to an inch or so. Um, but like, yeah, it was. I had to like learn all this stuff the hard way, like because my parents like it was kind of like a taboo subject. We never really talked about it until I got older. Like they never like my dad just would prefer to like pretend that it wasn't a thing, and like my mom, she'd like say comments here and there, but for the most part they wouldn't say anything. So I kind of had to like figure this all out on my own. Like I would get made fun of in high school, stuff like that, and I just like I didn't really have anyone to like talk about it with. Not, but I'm also not that sensitive. Like I can take it. So it's the only benefit there, I guess. But yeah, so that's the experience I had.
Wow, detailed. Thank you. Do you regret learning the black pill?
No, I think it's eye opening, and I think it actually helped me accept like the situation and like I think not just the black pill but lookism was probably the most important thing because it really helps you like it helps explain everything that goes on in the world like why like my friend's attractive brother got a job at Facebook and meanwhile he just learned how to code, like he doesn't have much experience. He's not any better than I am or anyone else is at coding. I'm sure he's very hardworking and dedicated. And I'm sure he deserves the position. However, like
Yeah, cat.
then I see like my sister's friends gets a job at Google. Like same thing, very attractive, very well put together. These companies are hiring. They're not just hiring for how well you can perform the job. They want their workers to look like they can do the job. You can't be they don't care about like, oh, you can do the job well. They want to put on this thing like if you're not a 6 or above, if you're not, I don't know how it is with heightism and stuff like that. I don't mess around with the corporate world when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like I wouldn't, I don't really do this like whole interviewing at companies and trying to go the corporate way. But I know from experience that it's brutal for anyone who's you have to basically prove yourself. If you're attractive, they think, can we make this guy work in here or girl work in here? If you're unattractive, the thought is like this guy better be really good. Like this guy better have everything we want. It's totally different.
And a lot of it is subconscious bias as well. Is the halo effect. So there may be a conscious effort to get an attractive guy, a tall guy, if the situation is really calls for it. Like there is a public facing aspect to the job. Then there would be a conscious effort to seek out an attractive tall guy. But you have to think, even subconsciously, even if the role doesn't require it, there is an effort or not an effort, but a bias, a subconscious bias. So yeah, more just black pill after black pill. It's like so, but you don't regret learning it. I guess it's bittersweet. It saved a lot of time. I can say that much. It saved a lot of time. I would still be out there pounding the streets, panhandling for kitty, let's call it. If I like doing, because I did PUA, I would be panhandling for kitty. I would be thinking that the rejections I suffered were a result of me doing something wrong. It's weird dating, being red pilled, thinking that being red pilled is like having a behavioral deterministic view of life, where if you behave right, if you cough, if you behave right, things can work in your favor. Whereas the black pill is genetic determinism, genetic deterministic. If you're red pill and you get rejections, it's easier to get up from falling off the horse from a rejection. It's easier to get back on the horse if you're red pilled, because you reasoned that your rejection was due to you doing something wrong. So it's easier for you to what's the word I'm looking for, to abstract the rejection as impersonal. It's not nothing to do with what you did. It's you. The girl wasn't the right girl. She didn't match your vibe. You didn't have the right game. You didn't say the right words. But when you're black pill, your mood doesn't really change from one day to the next because nothing has changed. You're still as short as you were. You're still as ugly as you were. You're still as bald as you were. So yeah, the black pill keeps you in a more stable frame of mind, I would say. And you once you reach a level of black pill where it's on your mind constantly, it's going to be on your mind in everything you do, going for job interviews, approaching women, meeting new people as friends. It's going to be on your mind, and you're going to have the same, gradually you will have the same outlook every regardless of the interaction. So I guess the what I'm trying to say is, if you are red pilled, you might have a high mood one day when meeting some friends, a low mood one day when meeting friends or new people. You may feel confident one time, low confidence the next. But when you're black pilled, it evens things out along a low level, like along the floor. It levels things out because you're like, okay, I'm nothing's changed. Everything's the same. I am change to pick the manlet scare. Wow, this is supposedly a support group. Someone said change the pick. What else do we have of you? We have this. That's brutal. Like, how do you recover from, like, when you're at a party and women see that? Like, how, like, what is their reaction to you?
I think the stream is like a tiny bit delayed, so I'll wait until I can see which one you put on. But yeah, like the reaction is just like, obviously there's a lot. Oh, like that, yeah. Like there's a lot that's said behind closed doors that you don't see. You have to remember. Probably most things that are said are things that I don't hear. But from talking to enough people, and like, sometimes you ask people what they're talking about. Sometimes people will tell you. Yeah, like this. I think that you just have to get used to it. As weird as that is to say, like someone who doesn't experience that situation, they would probably have a hard time being like, they would be like, "Oh, I don't even know what I would do if I was in that situation," or if like, yeah, because me and him like talk to the same women sometimes, and like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to go into too many personal details about it, but like, yeah, I think you could imagine how it goes. And yeah, the problem is that there's really nothing you can do about it, because it's not like you can do your hair differently, or like you can even wear like bigger shoes, but that's just like, it's cope at the end of the day, because it doesn't actually add height. It just makes you look taller temporarily, but it doesn't fix the issue. It's like, people for some reason, like when it comes to lifts, cells think that you can just chuck on a pair of lifts and it's like, okay, well, wear big shoes and do your hair bigger and all this stuff, and then we'll fix it. But like, women aren't stupid. They can, like, if you're wearing big shoes, what are you going to have those on for the rest of your life? Like, it's not a realistic solution to getting a girlfriend. Like, you, at the end of the day, when you get a girlfriend, the only way you can do it is by like being open and like you have to be straightforward about who you are. You can't put on this act every time you see them, because there's going to be a lot of times when you're behind closed doors, you're watching a movie. So what are you going to do? Like, you're going to trick them and have 3-inch shoes on, and that you're 5'7" or something, like, so yeah, like, obviously it's brutal, and so he like makes fun of me all the time. He's like a big proponent of making fun of me for my height, but I'm just used to it. Like, I've gotten it my whole life, so it's kind of just like, it's kind of like guy banter, I guess. Like, I guess because I chose the route, and this is what 5'4" always makes fun of me for. If you guys know 5'4", he doesn't make fun of me for it. He criticizes me for it. Is more the thing. You've heard it, Face. He
Yeah.
says that, like, that I don't have any, like, he's like, "Where's your dignity? Like, how are you gonna let people do that to you? Like, how are you gonna?" But in my defense, I would say, how is he going to walk around trying to demand respect from everybody when in reality, if you're willing to accept like the black pill and how things are, you can't walk around as a short guy, as a guy who's below 5'6". You can't walk around and demand respect from people. You're not going to get it. It's never ever going to happen, and you should just accept it. That's it. Just accept that this is how it is. And he has an extremely hard time with life because of that simple fact that he doesn't accept the way things are. He wants respect, and it's just never going to happen. I already learned that it's never going to happen. When me trying to walk into a corporate space or a job, and no matter how good I am at my job, it's just I'm not going to get respect. Period. So you just have to like, maybe you'll get some ounce of respect once people get to know you, like, to some extent, but it will never be like what other people get at face value. So that's the thing when it comes to like jobs. You have to play the game differently, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when I say people make fun of me and they comment, it's not like I just like don't say anything back in return. Like, I do say something back usually, but it's usually like lighthearted enough to, like, people are commenting because it's so obvious. You look at these pictures, right? It's obvious, and it's normal for people to comment on these things. Is it right that they're commenting? No, but that's society for you. Like, that's how it is. So that's if you can't change society. What are you going to go around to every single social group and tell them not to comment on height differences between people? Like, it's just, if that's how it's going to be, then you have to come up with the best way to, and if you want to have friends and you want to have a life, you have to just accept that that's how it's going to be. That you're going to, whatever, deal with it the best way you can.
That is very positive. That's something we don't really hear that often. Um, yeah. What? So I don't know if I asked this. I've got a question here because I definitely want you to uh, let us know. I've noticed you're in good spirits compared to, say, 5'4" or some other short guys I know. What is it that keeps you in high spirits? Is it you've mentioned that you've accepted that you're not going to get respect, but do you think, because you have friends, right? You have a lot of friends. I imagine that keeps you in high spirits, but what gave you the incentive to pursue friends as opposed to someone like 5'4" who swallowed the black pill at a young age and kind of stopped talking to friends, or got insulted and gave up on friends? So what keeps you seeking social contact with people, and what keeps you in high spirits?
Um, I think it's the same thing that keeps people from like roping on here. Like, so I guess the best way to describe it is that um so people come on Discord to make friends with other people on here, who or to cope with other people that are similar to them, right? So that's kind of what I did in real life. I just tried to find people who are similar to me and make friend and like befriend them, just to kind of cope. And I think the most important thing that kept me in high spirits was like, I know it sounds blackpilled, but just like to stop playing games, like losing games, like games that you're not going to win at. Like, I don't aggressively I don't put my like value in like how much I'm going for women and stuff. Like, I do other things. I value other things more than I value that. I like kind of switched the priorities in my life. If you make getting a girl your number one priority, as an incel or someone who's not that attractive, like, you're going to be like unhappy, like, guaranteed. And maybe some people can't see themselves being happy without a girl, and they have to keep it the number one priority. But in that case, if that's really true, if you really want to keep getting a girl your number one priority, you have to be red pilled. You have to go out and you have to try. Even if the black pill says that it's over, if you will never be happy if you don't red pill. If you really are going to value women that much. So the other option is, if you're black pilled, is to try to do other things instead of going for women. And that's what you're asking me, what keeps you in good spirits. I'm like very experienced in cryptocurrencies, and I'm very active in the space. And I have a lot of like experience and like a huge amount of projects and stuff that I'm focused on. So that's like one of the best copes possible. Having something where I'm not sitting around all day staring at the ceiling, like doing nothing. Like I have like a purpose. I have other things that I do. So I'm not thinking about like the black pill and my height and women all day. I'm working on projects that are actually really interesting that are changing things. Um, and because it's all online, that's the other thing that I did. I moved like my entire life online because it's like I was saying before, if you play the corporate game as like an incel or someone who's not that attractive or a short guy or anything, it's a losing game, and you have to accept that if you're going to play that game, that it's going to be on hard mode, like very hard mode, even maybe. You're going to be dealing with people who are not going to want to promote you. They're not going to. And it's not even just about you. They're just going to see everyone else as better than you. It's not even that they're going to see you as anything. Like they're not going to be like, oh, that guy, whatever. They're just going to think more positively of other people. That's kind of what I found in the corporate world. You just get overlooked a lot, and people don't see you as like, oh, this is like, what are the chances that if I went into the corporate world and I tried to become like a CEO of a company, that would ever happen? It would never happen. Or even a manager, I might be able to do it in like 20 years of wage cooking, but just hard work. But is that really worth it? Like, no. So I just moved. I kind of became entrepreneurial and moved my entire life online. It's not the only reason I did it, but I have to say that it makes me a lot happier, than if I was having to deal with people in person all the time. So yeah, like it's really, I guess it just comes down to not thinking about it all the time. I guess there's times in my life when I didn't like do any crypto or something, or I didn't do any of that stuff, and I was like laying around playing video games, like just staring at the ceiling all day kind of thing, watching TV, and it was always on my mind, and that was the most, like, depressing time. Like, so there I guess just coping, that's literally what it is. But coping, like, I guess, I have a lot of motivation, so I can cope a little bit, better than some people maybe.
I
I
think
want
what
everyone
you
to be able to find copes, like, that are, that like, I teach a crypto class, I'm trying to get people into coding, like, these things are extremely helpful to not wanting to rope.
I think where your way of dealing with your inceldom, your manlet seldom, is a good thing. Is that you're not coping in a sense where you're you're denying reality, or not trying to see the reality in front of your face. You've accepted it, and you're. I guess I know it sounds a bit blue pilled, but um, you've put that reality in a box. You've left it there, and you've said, okay, what else can I do? What can I focus on? Maybe dating isn't going to happen for me. I guess that not many people can do that, though. That's the problem. Some men really have this focus on dating, so I guess that's not going to work for everyone. For most incelibates, that won't work, I guess.
Yeah, that's it. You pretty much hit the nail on the head with that.
Okay, we have some content to get through, so let's do this. People have been asking why I've been quiet. It's because I'm letting you speak, because we had a mic issue, an audio issue, where when I speak and interrupt you, or without leaving a long gap, you hear feedback. I don't think the audience hears it, but you do, and it's really off-putting. Okay, so suspend the black pill denial, suspension of reality. So here we have, this is so brutal. We have a dating profile of Jack, 24. Here for a good time, not a long time. However, open to having my mind changed on that one. I don't know if who cares? I don't think even women care about that. But look at, you would have to suspend reality, suspend your belief, your knowledge of what seems logical, if you want to believe that these men have an equal chance at attracting women if you want to believe that these men are perceived as equally attractive by women. You have a Chad, broad shoulders, white, broad jaw, Nord one hair, classically attractive. And then you have this Indian guy who, in my opinion, looks like, where do I have it? I lost the picture. I lost it. Yeah, he looks like a ventriloquist dummy. He looks like Chad's ventriloquist dummy. There is no denying that I think height is one of those things where the only aspect of attractiveness that it's acceptable to crap on men for, that people like blue-pilled, red-pilled people will accept that it's a problem if you're short. And there is less denial of height being a problem than of looks being a problem, which in turn means that height is low height. I mean, like when you get to like 5'6" and below, they're worse. If blue pillars can't deny it, then it must be bad. How does that make you feel that you have, whereas I have a facial issue, which is, I guess, somewhat subjective. Some women may see me as a 4, some women may see me as a 3, whereas height is objective, it's measurable, it's, to the millimeter. I guess face is to the millimeter as well, but you can't. It's easier to perceive short height in a more blatant way. So how does it make you feel? Would you prefer to be ugly and tall, or how do you feel about the disability, we can say? How do you feel about the disability of ugly faced tall people versus short people who may be average looking or good looking?
I wouldn't want to be ugly and tall instead, but I think that someone who is ugly and tall or has a bad face and tall, I think would have a much easier time. Like I think that I've seen a lot of like unattractive but like 6'2", uh, like CEOs and stuff like that, and people just think, oh, okay, I guess they haven't, I guess they're unattractive. You notice it one time, but you still respect them. You still like, assume they're good at their job. You still give them whatever. But if someone's short, you just don't respect them. Period. You will never see someone who like in a room full of guys in a corporate setting who's like 5'3", and like people aren't thinking like negative thoughts about them. So I think the only reason I would rather be in my situation is because I've already learned how to cope with it, and I already know how to kind of play the game at this point. When you get to like 30, you spend so many years, and you saw pictures from when I was younger, like, so this has been like an ongoing thing since I was a kid. So it's been so many years learning how to cope, that I think if you switch the situation and I was 6'2" and ugly, I don't think I would know how to deal with it quite the same. I don't think I would be as successful in any department. Like I think with women, it would be. Hold on a second.
Okay. All right, he had to do something. Right, while we wait for him, he has an issue. Let's click on. Let's see if we have some super chats while we're waiting. Let me refresh the screen. I did intend to show the super chats on screen, but in the rush and in the confusion, I didn't. So we have Oriol HZ or Hertz with 99 cents in euro. Thank you. We have Complex EZ or EZ for $5. He said, I was going to take my girl out, but I forgot but I forgot I've been single for 2 years. So here you go. Thank you for the donation. Marquez Burton donated $9.99. Thank you. That's appreciated. And Bend Over, $5. He said, at back to school cell, have you tried being wow, this is supposed to be a support show. He said,
What does it say?
He said, have you tried being a pet to a woman so you can get some? Dignity is for tall guys. How much to have these messages read out by bot? I disabled the bot because it it echoed, and I need to fix that issue. But yeah, it's $5 to have it read out normally, but that's not going to happen today. Someone said only 2 years. Yeah, 2 years. You're not doing too badly if you've been single for 2 years. I mean, when you get on to like a lifetime of singleness or 10 years, then you're actually speaking. Right. I wanted to move on to this video. All right. This is just a throwaway video just to get us in the mood for the rest of the data coming our way. It's funny or not. Toddler girl checks out hot shirtless guy.
She liked him.
Elsa.
One more time.
She liked him.
Elsa.
It's over. It's starting early. I get it. Some people will say you're reading too much into it. She's just it's a stranger and she's just appreciating that something is different from her usual environment, someone she hasn't seen before. But if you actually look at journals and studies, they say that babies look at faces longer if the faces are attractive. So this is actually in line with what data predicts. So I don't know if this is anything we could look at as, this is like indicative of like the black pill, or maybe she's just looking because it's just curious. She's just curious, but it's kind of a coincidence that he happened to be a good-looking guy who's shirtless. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow's girls will be because I think that, in my generation of women didn't have as much access, didn't see chads as often, because maybe they saw chads in movies and in magazines, and that was it, and there was no actual access to them there. But today's women, I guess Zoomers are gonna have to deal with the fact that their counterparts, their female counterparts, I'm not talking about babies now, but Zoomer women have grown up with chads being much more reinforced culturally, like through social media. So let's not read too much into this video, but it's more of a foreshadowing of how bad things are going to get for Zoomer males. Anyway, let's not focus too much on that. Let's actually move on to the data for today's show. Where is it? Okay, I think I have it here. Right, so if I move to here, let's hope I've clicked the right thing. Right. Yeah, the future for dating for men is dystopian, and it is getting worse. I watched a ContraPoints video about incelibates. By the way, Ty, I want you to, or back to school cell, I want you to say incelibates instead of the INCEL word, because I'm not sure if the YouTube the YouTube's algorithm picks that word up and flags it for hateful content. So can you say incelibate, please? Okay.
Yes, I'll try to.
All right. So anyway, I was watching this ContraPoints video about incelibates, and ContraPoints said that the black pill catastrophizes the situation for men today. Well, today we're going to be looking at why dating is and will be even more so a catastrophe for men. We're going to look at things from a statistical, data-driven point of view because we want to make it undisputable. I've noticed that our detractors, red pillars, blue pillars, so people from incelibate tiers, I'm not going to say the correct word, you know what I'm talking about, incelibate tiers on Reddit, dating coaches from the red pill, they don't like data. And it's telling that one narrative, or people with one narrative, rely strictly on anecdotes, on just world fallacies and shaming. So we get shamed, or you just haven't tried hard enough, or look at this one guy. I know a guy. You think women are picky, but I know a guy. I know a guy. That's their argument. Yeah, it's telling that they rely on those things. Both the blue pillars and red pillars come to us with that quote unquote counter argument. They tell us that we're wrong without using data. So that's why I want to try and use some data today and going forward. They hate data. What's telling is the people who provide the data that we use, they don't want to. What the hell? Man of Tomorrow, $100. Wow. Why does the black version of the black pill differ so much from the white version? I'll have to deal with that soon, but thanks for that donation. Jeez. Wow, I'm taken aback. Well, let's just say better you spend it on this stream than on OnlyFans, because help a male out, right?
What's the difference? We should probably talk about that. What is the difference between the black version and
Let me refresh that. Oh, okay, it appeared, but it doesn't get read out. Let me just bring that back on screen, or to my screen. You can see it. Back to school cell, they can't.
Yeah.
Why does the black version of the black pill differ so much from the white version? Does he mean as in race, the black version of the black pill? I'm guessing he means race as in, I think that makes sense. He can reply without super chatting.
We're gonna need another $100 for clarification.
What was his name? Man of Tomorrow. Man of Tomorrow. What do you mean? You mean race, or if you're listening to the censored version, you mean genetic stock? He means red pill versus black pill. Let's see what he means. Man of Tomorrow. I'm not here to coop your stream. I'm asking a legit question. Yeah, but what was the question? Like, why does the black version of the black pill differ so much from the white version? The black version of the black pill. Am I being like incredibly stupid here?
What else could be black besides if it's race? Like I couldn't.
It has to be race, right?
What else he could mean?
So genetic stock, I'm guessing. The black version. So all right. So maybe he let's just assume that then, the black version of the black pill, because attractiveness. Let me phrase this in a way that YouTube will be okay with. um, attractive men are their own race, and they tend to have features that are more common in white men. So if you're black, you're less likely to have attractive features, which means that it's easier to be attractive if you're white, because you're going to have an aquiline, refined nose, just like law of averages. So you're closer to good looking as a white person than a black person. So and if you look at attractive black men, their features are what you would expect more commonly in white people. I'm not saying they're uniquely white features, but they're features you would expect more to be more prevalent in white men. So yeah, and I guess there is the issue of dark skin as well. So there is the issue of broad nose, thick lips, hair that isn't the most attractive texture, and then there is dark skin. So I don't know if that answers your question, but feel free if you want to call into the show. I'll give the details soon, and hopefully you can provide some clarification on your question, because putting $100 into getting an answer that you didn't ask for, that
I have
must
a comment
suck.
on face actually
Okay, go
to
ahead.
make.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that I noticed from spending time on Discord, and by the way, bend over. I saw that question. He donated $5 and he asked me a question. So I'll answer it after we get off this topic. But I noticed on Discord that there's a lot of like attractive black people in America. I'm not gonna call it any names, but in like one server that I'm in, there's two like what I would consider conventionally attractive black males in there. And when I saw their faces, like when they put the video on, I immediately thought like, why are these people in here? Like what the hell? Like if this was the white version of this person, uh people would be like, you need to almost get out of here because you just don't fit into this. Like, what are you doing here? Like this is almost a Chad. And I think what happened is that someone who might be a Chad in Africa who would be considered very attractive if you're in your home country. If you come to America, where there's obviously some form of racism and white preference here, if you come to America, you're all of a sudden going to be discriminated against by women. Like you're going to have all these other problems that you wouldn't typically have. So I think like black people in general are more likely to have a different accounting of like what the black pill is because their experiences are completely different. Like they can be attractive, but they still get like discriminated against. Like they still have to try harder for jobs, even if they have attractive features and stuff. Even if like some people, even if they might have a ton of attention from women, like other black women in America, they still might be struggling to get a job in like a predominantly white area. So like that'll make it difficult for black. And then whereas like an unattractive white male, you're still white. You don't deal with any of the racism. Obviously, I think unattractive white males have it similar to unattractive black males, but I think that attractive black males also have it similar to like unattractive white males. If you followed that, like
Yeah.
I think that the race pill is like big and it definitely plays a role. And I'm not, I'm white, so I can't speak for people that aren't my race. But yeah, that's just what I think about it. That there's it's a completely different experience. That the black pill, I think, like the entire outlook on it, some of the stuff that some people that I talk to on Discord that are black, some of the stuff that they say, just like I just almost like can't relate to it at all. I'm just like I just never like experienced treatment like that. Probably some of the stuff like the same reason why I would say something, and some other people would be like, "How do you deal with those kind of comments?" Like it's the same type of thing.
Also, just to finish with a point, if you're an ethnic let's just leave it at an ethnic. If you're an ethnic man, in say, this isn't like a victim. I'm not trying to build up a victim narrative. I'm just trying to paint a picture of reality. If you're an ethnic man, let's say black people are 13% of the US. You know, the alt-right people, my alt-right people, you know, the 13. Yeah. So blacks are 13% of the US. So let's say, I'm not going to hash the numbers out, like say, oh, but some of them are children or whatever. Let's just like be fairly rough with the numbers here. If you're black, let's say about 13% of the population find you attractive if you're a black man, because let's say 13% of black women will find you attractive. Obviously that's not accurate, but we'll just go with those numbers. And then let's say 2% of white women will find you attractive. So you're up to 15% of the population finding you attractive. I'm not using accurate numbers here. I'm just painting a picture. You've got like, what did I say? I said 13. Yes, so 15% of the population finds you attractive if you're a black man. You've got 13%, the black people, and then you've got 2% of white people. Whereas if you're a white person, and I don't know how much of the population is white in the US, let's say 60. So you have 60% if you're a white man. You have 60% of the population who find you attractive, and then you have ethnics. So I guess there's that component. More people will find you attractive. There are more people to find you attractive. Oh, okay. All right. There are more people who will find you attractive if you're white, because you appeal to the majority demographic. That's not like, I'm not trying to say, like, I'm not trying to attribute victimhood to that statistic. I'm just trying to, well, not a real statistic, but I'm just saying that might account for some of the reason why black men, that's one of the reasons why black men may be more incel than white men, as well as physical features and that kind of thing, economic situations as well. All right, so let's move on to this. Yes. So what was I going to say? Yeah. Our detractors don't like data. Blue pillars don't like data. Red pillars don't like data. Oh yeah. What I was going to say is, what is really revealing is the people who provide the data that we as black pillars, that we use, they don't want to be associated with us. So it's clear, the data that people provide, that we use, the data that studies, journals, OkCupid, the data that they provide, it's clearly not for our benefit. They don't have a bias towards our worldview. They're not doing it for us. But there is data that supports what we say, as opposed to blue pillars and red pillars. There is no data or hardly any hard data on their side. In fact, I was going to mention this. In fact, if we quote a source too much as black pillars, they're likely to delete the content, and we'll get into that soon. Okay, so let's get into this. When blue pillars and red pillars come. Sorry, I've got a note here just to make sure I say mention a point. I should be able to read what I wrote, but apparently I'm too stupid to do that. When blue pillars and red pillars are faced with overwhelming evidence and logic that women are pickier online, or that dating online dating favors women, or that looks matter even more online than they do in real life. Red pillars and black pillars may acknowledge those facts, but they always caveat those facts. So if we say, look, online dating is hard for men. Men get fewer messages. Women are more pickier online. People are more likely to want meet online. Women are more likely to want to meet online. They caveat it by saying stuff like, "Oh, it's not as bad as you're making out, but you could just approach women in real life," or the famous one, "Online dating is not real life. Tinder is not real life, bro. Just go outside, bro. Just approach women in real life, bro." Okay, let's deal with the data because they don't like this. Looks and lies: the role of physical attractiveness in online dating, self-presentation and deception, by Catalina L. Toma and Jeffrey T. Hancock. All right, so let's go through this. I took a cursory read of this today. There is a point in here. So this looked at online dating trends and how people present themselves when it comes to online dating and pictures. Let me get to a point I wanted to read. It is, the importance of physical attractiveness. I want to make sure I read the right point here. Where is it? Okay, the results. Yeah, here it is. I don't know if people can see this on screen. Let me scroll it up. There it is. The results supported our expectations. Less attractive daters posted self-enhancing photographs that increased their attractiveness, and they also lied more than attractive daters when verbally describing their physical attractiveness. An important observation is that when given the choice to boost their appeal by A, directly enhancing their physical attractiveness, or B, enhancing their social status in an effort to compensate for their decreased physical attractiveness, less attractive daters tended to choose the former, which means when less attractive daters were given the opportunity or could increase their appeal by either looks or social status, they chose to do it by looks. So this is like this validates the black pill by saying how important looks are. The people know it instinctively that looks are important. The lie that red pill dating coaches tell us that looks are kind of important, but they quickly gloss over how important looks are. But actual data proves how important looks are. Instinctively, we know that presenting a better, more fertile, more attractive, more presenting a picture of ourselves that shows us as more likely to give healthy offspring. We know that that's important. It's a lie to believe anything different. It's a lie to believe it's not important. It's a lie to believe that you can gloss over it or make up for a sufficiently low level of looks by social status. It helps, but not enough. There was another point I wanted to make. So if physical attractiveness is important, which dating coaches will never acknowledge. They'll say it and then caveat it, but they won't just leave it hanging. They won't say physical attractiveness is important and then have it as implant the seed in your head it's always a stepping stone to another point, which is, but so is personality. So is maintaining frame. So by my next book, like, it's always on the road to some other. It's always on the road to ignoring it or making light of it. Yeah. So yeah, we need to marry up these disparate dating data points to get a clear picture. So one, women get more messages than men online because of the sensual drive that men have. Men pursue women more than women pursue men. Two, physical attractiveness matters a lot more online than in real life. Because there is nothing else to go off. Like, you have your pictures, and, if you like the picture, you'll read more. Yeah. Both genders fraud their physical attractiveness. Yes. While the study does acknowledge that, what's telling is that, women are, men have a higher sensual drive. So we find women attractive starting from a lower threshold. So there's that going on as well. And so if you marry all those points up, it's clear that women will pick their best option, and that women's standard for what is attractive is higher because they're bombarded with messages. So they're going to pick their best option. Dating coaches are starting to acknowledge the growth of the black pill and how much evidence we have on our side. But yeah, they address the dating coaches like Rollo Tomasi and I'm not going to name some of the others, but you know who they are. They address the black pill by saying that, well, yeah, looks kind of matter, but you can lift weights, get a haircut, wear nice fitting clothing, and then they stop. That is where they tap out. They don't address facial bones, bones in your spine. They don't address that. And we're the only community that does. We're the only community, the black pillars, we're the only community that recognizes that attractiveness doesn't start and end with, shoulders and torso. Where we I don't think I've ever seen a dating coach address looks. I don't think they ever, like facial bones. I don't think they ever have, because they can't do anything. They number one, they can't charge you for that. There's no money to be made off that. There's no repeat custom to be made off that. So okay, so we've looked at that study. Let's cross-reference that with where is it?
Face, you know what I want to comment on that one too?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end, it says that the strategic showcasing of desirable attributes also highlights the importance of physical attractiveness. And it says that attractive daters displayed their attractiveness by posting more photos. I've noticed this on Instagram, and it's actually interesting to see a study supporting this. Do you ever notice that attractive people, like males or females, but I found it especially weird with males, they post more photos, and it's literally just like them doing everyday things. Like it's like them like laying in bed watching TV, and it's like, imagine if you could look that good. And like for me or for any normal person to take a photo, you have to be like dressed up, do your hair. Like for, if you're less attractive, like you got to be wearing something nice. Like you need to be like around the right people. Like the lighting has to be perfect, right? And that's the only way that photo could get posted to your social media. But like with more attractive people, they can literally just be like, just got out of bed making coffee, and it could just be them like just in some random morning. Like it could be them like just taking, like someone takes a photo of them when they're not looking, like they're doing some activity and they just look good doing it. Like that's actually something I noticed on social media like social media is for attractive people, and if someone and unattractive females and males both, they take less pictures because it's harder to create, the best possible situation. And I've noticed that in this space too. It's not even just less pictures. Most people here don't even have Instagram or anything because what's the point? It's a looks competition. That's all it is, and it's a whose life is better and who looks better doing it kind of competition. And females can pick up on this. So this study like makes sense. It's definitely based on like what I've seen at least.
Thank you, because actually meant to bring that point up, but I forgot to skip over to that paragraph. Yeah, more attractive people take more pictures because I guess taking pictures is more a part of their life. It's like intrinsic to what they do. If they're like, hey, we're going out, we're going for a picnic, take some pictures. They're not camera shy. They're more photogenic. So they're not thinking, oh, I need to take 50 pictures and save the one that my chin is not receding in. It's just a way of life. It's documenting their life. Their life is more happy. They're more able to just take pictures on a whim. So there's that aspect as well. So the more pictures you have as a male, the more it's okay. Sorry, let's go back. The more attractive you are, the more pictures you will have, the more you can show a woman who you are, how you live. You can present yourself with a much more broad view of who you are. Whereas if you're sub 5, if you're ugly, you'll have like 2 pictures, and she won't get a sense of coming into your world. So you kind of lose in 2 ways if you're not attractive. First, you can't present as many pictures as you would like because you're not photogenic. You're scared of pictures. You probably aren't going to take pictures on the fly. You're more likely to want to dress up to take a picture, or delete your pictures, or be ashamed of your pictures. Whereas if you're attractive, you've got pictures to spare that you don't upload to your dating profile. I noticed that when I was trying online dating, I would have to take a picture for online dating because I don't have any pictures naturally, because it's not part of my lifestyle to take pictures. Right?
Right. Yeah. That's something that you like from a young age you build up. Like if you're not attractive, people are usually not going to be like, "Hey, come take a picture." Like, but if you're attractive, people they want you in pictures. It looks better. It's just not something that you're saying you don't have social media, right, Face?
No way.
Yeah, see, that's the difference, and that's one of the things I actually noticed. Like also, like we were saying earlier, like things that I've adapted to is, yeah, I mean, you see how many pictures are taken of me. I guess I'm just around like a culture of people who take a lot of pictures and stuff because um I am friends with like some, I went to college, I made friends and stuff like that. And it's kind of like unavoidable for me to take pictures, but there is a way for me to take pictures where I do look pretty decent in them. But obviously like there's no way to hide height. Like I can't be like, no, don't take a picture of me because I'm standing next to someone who's like literally what average height, 6 foot, and like you can just like I mean, you see what I look like standing next to people like that are over like 5'10". It's pretty bad. Um, but there's nothing I can do about it because I guess just the people that I'm surrounded by take a lot of pictures. If you don't surround yourself with that group, then why would you ever subject yourself to that? Like that's the only reason I'm subjected to it is because other people are take these pictures. Like these are pictures from Facebook for me. Like other people upload them, they post them, they tag me in them. Instagram's different now where you have to voluntarily make your own and upload it. But Facebook was like you just make a profile and people take pictures of you. So yeah, so a lot of those pictures were kind of just like taken on the fly. Like someone said turn around, they took a picture or something, and I didn't really have much say in it. So yeah, people always ask me that. Like, why would you why would you subject yourself to pictures? But it's like, what am I supposed to, like, you can't avoid being mobbed and like your whole life when you're this height. Like that's just, what am I not going to talk to any people that are over 5'6" or 5'7" just because I don't want people to notice the height difference? Like that's what people think that I should do.
Have you tried sitting down more when they take pictures? Like just propose you all sit down. No?
Yeah, of course not.
Okay, and
That's
let's move on to
impossible.
the next article is from the Financial Times. So give me a sec. I think it's here.
Oh, while you're looking,
Yeah, go ahead.
Bend over asked me a question. He said, "Back to school cell. If you, I'm gonna try not to curse if he said anything. Back to school cell. If you SCA Max, which is Southeast Asia, will you abort any males you have, stopping another ER? How do you feel about? Yeah, how do you feel knowing a woman will never see you as a protector?"
To help you cope with inceldom, depression, and dating as a male today, join the Incelibates Only Discord server. Click the link in the description for access and regret. This server is not just any old black pill discussion server. It is for involuntary celibates only. You may be refused entry. It has nothing to do with the live stream.
And he donated. So, yeah, I think people ask me that question all the time. When I say that, like, if I had a girl that I would have kids, people are like, "Why would you do that? Why would you ever subject someone to that?" So I think it's, I get it. I know from like an outsider point of view what, like, you'd say something like, you would say that because you would be like, "Why would you do that?" But first of all, I'm not interested in um I feel like, I've talked to, like, girls who are below 5 feet before, and I feel like they do see me as a protector to some extent. Um, you're just like a smaller version, a smaller couple, I guess, but obviously a girl who's, yeah, who's, like, above that 5'3" not gonna see me. But for, if I did SCA Max and I met a girl there, I don't think that would be a problem, as far as, like, the protector thing, because people are shorter there. I think that it's possible, but I do wanna have kids. I know that sounds, I know how that probably sounds to people, like, I wanna have kids, and if I have males and they end up being, like, 5'2", 5'3", that fucking sucks for them, I guess, but sorry to curse. You can cut that out. Yeah, it
Okay.
sucks for them, but, like, I'm not gonna not have kids. I'm not gonna, like, I'm not gonna just be, like, single and alone my whole life just because of, like, one trait. So, I would rather just have kids and,
Let them deal with
hopefully
it.
I'll have enough money and they'll deal with it. I'll attempt to help them by, like, I'm gonna try to make as much money as I possibly can, and like money can solve a lot of problems. Money can take you from, like, I'm gonna rope to, okay, like, I have a jet ski, like, it's, I'm short, but maybe, like, I have a huge house, jet ski, tennis courts, like all sorts of stuff that people that will keep you from not even just keep you from roping. I would say, like, you'd have a pretty decent life, even if you're like a 5'3" male, but rich. It's totally different than if you're just your standard, like, really short guy. So yeah, that's like my plan anyway. I'm trying to, money max.
All right. Well, if you are having children, yeah, definitely invest your black pill. So I guess there is, you should give your male sons the benefit of your black pill wisdom, and make sure they're on HGH, human growth hormone. Make sure that they're whatever, like if they need braces, get that. If they need facial surgery, to, well, start a fund so that if they need surgery facially, you can provide that. Because if they get to say 5'7", 8 with HGH, they're still going to need as much facial points maxed out as possible. So yeah, you need to, it behooves you to make sure, if you're going to have male sons, it's important you make sure you're not gonna create more suffering in the world, because it's going to be like 10 times harder than you experienced. Remember, when you have children, they're going to be born in like a where I don't know what comes. We'll be back to alpha or beta with the generation terms. So it's going to be like a whole different world. It's going to be 10 times harder. So it's definitely something you need to consider in advance. Don't just have them and leave them to swim or drown. Do make sure that your black pilled wisdom informs your decisions.
Yep, absolutely. Well, everything you said is exactly what I'm planning on doing. I'm
Okay.
I'm money maxing now. Hopefully, if I can SCA max or find a girl in any other way, that I have to do it. If I have kids, yeah, it's gonna be like they're gonna get they're gonna get whatever facial surgery they need. They're gonna get HGH. They're gonna get anything that they need. They're gonna be maxed they're gonna be playing sports. Hopefully, I mean, I'm not gonna like force anyone into anything. It's gonna be up to them. But I mean, I'm pretty sure if everyone's parents here offered them the ability to get, they were promoting it. Like they were saying, you can get, oh, if you want this facial surgery, yeah, I'll pay for it. Like I imagine that many people here would go ahead with that, with their parents' approval and money paying for it. So I plan to offer them that opportunity, and that's it. Like having kids is a big deal. Like if you can manage to have kids, uh, if you want kids, like if you're that type of person, like it's obviously life changing. So it's something that I'm just gonna do. And if I have sons that end up getting to 5'7" and they have even a 5.5 face or above, then they'll be all right. The that there's ways to, especially if you're maxed in other departments, like to cope at that level. If they're below like 5'5", then yeah, then I'll probably feel a little bit bad about it. But
But
maybe I'll just have
remember
all
that
females, and that'll be no problem at all. Literally, there's no issue if I have all, because who cares? The only thing that I'm really that is really like my main flaw per se would be height, right? So if I have 5 foot tall females, what does that matter? They'll do fine.
you said you're speaking from a 2020 perspective. You said they would be okay if they're over 5'5" and average face. But remember, the threshold for attractiveness in 20 years' time is going to be suey fuel. So make sure you adjust your threshold according to, not thinking of today, but your children's era.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Um, nothing I can do besides just try to max everything. And yeah, it's going to be a different standard, which is similar to like what we're dealing with now. We're already at a different standard from when our parents were growing up. The standard is, you imagine the difference. Like someone in my situation would probably almost definitely be able to get married very easily in 1980 or something. Now it's like I tell people like, I don't know, you understand, with
Yeah.
the dating app situation and everything, how hard it's gotten. It's like it's 180. Even in the last 10 years, it's 180. So it's gotten way harder. And anyone who's in it kind of understands. That's the thing. I don't meet a lot of people who are my height, and if I do, they don't want to even talk about it. I guess they want to like, I don't know. They usually have like either like Napoleon syndrome, or they're like 5'4" is where they're just super worked up over it, and they have a hard time dealing with it. Or like there's not a lot of people that are like open about it. I think that's why people like to hear me talk in this space sometimes, because like I try to be open about my experiences. I don't like deny it. And I don't say like, I'm not sitting in here saying, yeah, everyone respects me. Like I don't see what the problem is. Like yeah, yeah, I'm below average height, but I'm doing fine. I'm the same thing as everyone else. Like I don't sit here saying that. I'm like very perceptive about the differences that I deal with compared to like my friends and stuff. So yeah.
Okay. Let's go to this article from the Financial Times. Thank you. Next, how dating apps are transforming relationships. And just so I get to the right part, because there's only a few parts I want to read. Okay. This is by guest writers. Okay. The dating market has radically changed in the past 2 decades. Couples are marrying later and divorcing less. That's because they're marrying less. Couples are marrying later and divorcing less. It is now common to live with a partner before marriage, blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, here it is. It is now common to live with a partner before marriage when it wasn't before. And young men are more likely to be intimacy-less despite theoretically limitless choice. Yeah, this is something that in celibate tears gets misconstrued. That because there is more choice of women, then all men should be benefiting from the choice. It's like a really naive, blue-pilled way of viewing things. There is more choice of women, but fewer men have that access to that choice. What else was I going to read? Let me keep going. Right. I think it's from here. So they're speaking about dating. They're speaking about dating apps. In the US, adoption was slow of dating apps before exploding as it flipped from a cultural taboo to a cultural norm. This process is repeating in many other markets globally and is why online dating company metrics appear to stall and then spike at seemingly strange intervals. In the US, the confluence of the financial crisis causing individuals to look for free ways to meet people, increased smartphone penetration, and the ubiquity of mobile apps caused the shift to online to radically accelerate in the past decade. Here is a chart from a 2019 paper by Michael Rosenfeld et al. To demonstrate. So this chart, I hope everyone can see it. How heterosexual couples have met, data from 2019. And the line to, all right, okay, let's just look at some of these lines here. We've got through neighbors, that was around 5% in 1940, slight rise, and it's declining. Met in college, if I'm looking at the right one, around 15%. And I think I'm looking at the right one. 15%, kind of declining, definitely by 2020, all going down. These numbers are all going down. Met in primary school, met in primary or secondary school, met through family, met through or as co-workers, met through friends. Even that's going down. Look at that. That was like 27% at one point in 1940s. It rose to like 34% in the 80s and 90s. And look at that sharp downturn. So there is one statistic that is rising. There is two, but we'll get onto that. There is one statistic that's rising. Met online in red. That is skyrocketing. That's going exponentially, up. So
Soon that will be 100%.
it will be. So
be all of
the idea that Tinder isn't real life, bro. No, it statistically it is. More women want to date online. So we've just looked at the last article where you have to present, or the conclusion we drew is that looks are important for online dating. And if given the choice of improving either social status or physical attractiveness, people have to choose physical attractiveness. And men see women as attractive anyway. So you have to be attractive, and more people are forced to meet online. So this basically squeezes uglier men out of, and short men, if you have to put your dating profile, your height on your dating profile, or your height has to be revealed, this squeezes you out of any interaction early in the interaction. But let's keep reading. Note the spike in I'll read in English. Note the spike in met in bar or restaurant alongside the spike met online. In data science, the technical term for some of these surveyed individuals is liars. We think at least some of them reported meeting in a bar because that is technically where they met in person for the first time, but were too embarrassed to admit that the match was generated online. It's important to note that this data goes through to 2017, but we know from disclosures from app stores and company filings that the growth spike has only continued. I'll read this again. Let's continue. For instance, here's Tinder's total subscriber numbers through to 2019's third quarter in thousands. It's up to 5,670, if I'm seeing that clearly. That's in thousands. In our
see that thing
view,
about the liars face,
go ahead.
the bars and restaurants
Yeah,
up
go
there.
ahead.
Do you see where it says that the technical term for these people is liars? That's so true. That a lot of people meet in places, but they meet online, but they don't want to tell people they met online, so they lie and they say that they met somewhere else. So the statistics is even higher than it is on there.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I'll continue. In our view, a conservative estimate of the percentage of new relationships that begin online in 2019 is at least 65% and possibly over 75%. It goes into why people, it says people, but when it's trying to paint people in a positive light, they mean women. It goes on to say that meeting online is more convenient, that it affords a degree of safety. So they're talking about women because men are, can handle themselves in real life. What else? Yeah. So if we just think back to the two articles we looked at so far, online dating, physical attractiveness is very important, and more people are meeting online where you're forced to meet online. Because I think it says somewhere in this article, but I don't need to find it. If you don't consider online dating, you will be squeezed out of the dating market gradually, more and more. So you're screwed then. If you're not attractive, you're screwed. You have to meet online. You have to be attractive. Men get fewer messages. Men have to be more attractive. Men have to be attractive to stand out from the flood of messages that women get. So all this data, Mr. Dating Coaches watching this, this data proves the black pill correct. I know you don't like to hear it. I know it sounds woman loathing. I'm not going to say the M word. I know it sounds woman loathing. It sounds like we're not, quote unquote, doing the work, but it's just facts. It's data. It's statistically correct. It's over statistically. I could keep reading. I think there's some more points to take from this. Okay, this one. Women can also draw from a larger pool of prospects than ever before. Due to significantly higher biological risks associated with reproduction, they are intrinsically far more selective when evaluating potential mates than males. In an online dating context, this selectivity is more apparent than ever. With significant knock-on effects, there is less pressure to settle than at any other time in modern history because of the availability of alternatives and the speed of interactions. Yes, so yeah, women can expedite the process of finding the right guy, the right Chad through online dating. Why would a woman subject herself in 2020 to sitting at a bar and, you know, having some sub 5 guy come up and think he's running game, and her having to soft reject him politely, or pretend to take his number and then not call him and flake, when she could just be in control? It makes, it's like logic. It's logic. The black pill is logical, and I guess it feels good if you think that men can just do the work to become more attractive. If you could just lift a few weights, and if you can just say the right words, it feels good. It feels like that should be how mankind works, how dating works. But it just doesn't work that way. It doesn't.
You know what I want to comment, Face, on that one thing that where it says, wait, what was that last point? Oh yeah, that women have more choices. One thing that I noticed that's different now is that if you are dating a woman, and so 10 years ago when I had a girlfriend, we would break up, and she would go home, she would lay in her bed, and she would be thinking of me. Like, we were in a relationship, so this is a long time ago, before dating apps even existed. She'd be thinking of me. At some point she'd call me and say, I can't stand being apart anymore, or whatever. The difference now in 2020 is that if you manage to get a woman and you guys split apart, she has hundreds of guys 2 touches away that she could just immediately start talking to make herself feel better. There is no longer a situation where you can hold a woman just because, like, you're her only option, or you're who she thinks her best option is. She can find out what her best option is very quickly, and if you're not that best option, she can immediately change to it. She can do it even while she's dating you. You can be dating her, and she could still be on her phone talking to guys, and you wouldn't know, looking for someone better. And this is common, by the way, because I have female coworkers and stuff, and I know that some of them have boyfriends, and they still go on dating apps because they like the attention. And I don't know what they don't talk about necessarily what they actually do with any of these guys, if they do anything. But yeah, it's a problem that how many choices women have now. If you're not perfect, you're gonna get reams out pretty quickly.
It's hard to present this alpha persona that dating coaches say you can, if you know that, if say you get a girlfriend by the skin of your teeth, and you know that she has, like, you suspect she still has Tinder installed. It's very hard to present a this alpha persona when if you push too hard, she can just leave. She can she has guys better looking than you, taller than you, etc., just chomping at the bit to get to her. I guess you can present an alpha view of yourself if you're not good looking and you get lucky, you manage to get a girlfriend, but that pales into insignificance with the abundance she has. So PUAs, like to pick up artists, like to talk about having an abundance mentality. Well, women have an abundance reality. So you can't, you're bringing a sword to a fight at that point.
Yeah, I see that. Brent Studemeyer said that meeting women online is impossible for a 5'5" guy like me. Cold approaches will work about 1 to 5% of the time, regarding to like the dating coach and PUA stuff. But at least that's better than online 0%. And I agree with that. Meeting women online is completely impossible when you're 5'5", yeah, or shorter, because they can just swipe right, and they don't have. Why would they want to deal with dating someone that's short? They can just swipe right and have someone better, guaranteed. Like if they swipe right, the next guy they have is not going to be 5'5". That's a
Yeah.
rare height. It's gonna end up being someone average or slightly below average, maybe 5'8" or way above average. So they're never gonna settle for someone who's 5'5" when the app is full of hundreds, thousands, whatever guys that they can not settle for. And what you said about cold approach face was right. And so like if they do a cold approach, and this Brent is saying that cold approaches work out 1 to 5% of the time. That's true. There's like a few, maybe 10 to 20% chance that a woman even gives you the time of day, and a 5 or maybe a 5% chance if you're good at it, chance that you get her number or something. But even if you manage to get her, then you have to keeping her as an entire another game. And that's why cold approaching, like PUA says, like, look, you got her number, right? But if you text her, she 50% chance she doesn't answer. Then if she does answer, like, what's the chance that you actually go on a date? You know what I mean? And the chance just gets lower and lower. And this is why, like, this is what they won't tell you in PUA, is that it's not just about letting the girl allow you to talk to them. There's so many more steps beyond what you actually do in PUA. So
Yeah, definitely. A point I wanted to raise is that what was it? Today, women. I think the article alluded to women preferring online dating because of safety. Well, I would argue it goes even further. Women are in control when it comes to online dating. So in the online dating realm, women have control. In the cold approach, in real life approach realm, women are kind of subject to a man coming up to them and going away if he wants to, or if she runs away. So because women's dating life is handled online now, where they have control, they don't want to interact with men in real life through these outdated means where they have less control. So women see nightclubs now as a place to chill with friends. Nightclubs are to go out with friends and to have a drink. You come with your entourage, you leave with your entourage, and you don't accept annoying sub-5 short undesirable men who are below the looks of the men you can get on your Tinder. You don't accept them approaching you, because why would you? Why would a woman accept some sub-5, 5'7" guy coming over to approach them in a nightclub when they have 6'2" chads in their DMs on Tinder? Why would they accept a lower bar? Now, I guess you could, in some way, if you meet the minimum threshold, like you're just a bit below, like maybe you're 5'10" and you're a 5.5, there is some scope for you to use in real life charisma, the dark lighting, which is something I really benefit from. If the lighting is dark in a nightclub, you can kind of benefit from in real life approaches. But if you're nowhere near what she deems herself to be worthy of, then you're a nuisance to her if you approach her. So cold approach, my goodness me, it's so over. Again, this reinforces the point. This is data we're looking at. This is evidence cross-referenced to provide data that's accurate, that no one wants you to recognize. If you say this, if you recognize this, you're a quitter, you're a woman loather, you just haven't done the work, you're looking for an excuse. No, these are facts. These are facts, and you won't hear them from anyone else, apart from black-pilled men. you won't hear these facts. The facts we spout, the people who provide the studies, they don't even want us to provide these facts to you. They they don't want to associate with us, so they're not on our side. Like I said, they're not doing this to support our narrative. They're just doing this because it's the truth. What else was I going to say? Okay, let's keep reading this because it does mention us. The shifts in market opportunities and costs has had the effect of lowering the market value of the median male, thank you, while also incentivizing a female to hold out for better candidates. Unsurprisingly, this has led to prime reproductive age individuals having less intimacy, as men are being disproportionately priced out of the market. We believe this is a material driver of the involuntary celibate social movement / problem. So here we are, mentioned by name. I don't know if there's much more to read from that. Okay. Oh gosh, it just keeps getting worse. Okay. Now for some, I won't go too into depth with this. Now for some data, as if we haven't, been, blasted with data already. The first two charts below are from OkCupid. They show how men and women view each other's attractiveness, while the third chart below shows the rates of individuals in prime household formation age having intimacy, which I use as a rough proxy for relationship formation. Men broadly rate women on a nearly perfect normal distribution. How men rate women. And so we've got men rating women as like 6% least attractive, 6% most attractive, and it's fairly even. It's like the bell curve. So most women are average, and it doesn't ruffle any feathers. And then I'll continue. However, when women rate men on a curve that we assume, sorry. However, women rate, I should have read this before, but I didn't have time. However, women rate men on a curve that we assume approximates male ownership rates of Crocs and or cargo shorts. I don't get the reference. Maybe it's because I'm stupid. But I know what they're trying to say. Women know all men secretly own at least one pair of cargo shorts or Crocs. So 0% of men rated most attractive intuitively makes sense. Does anyone get that? Is it just me? Is this a Zoomer reference, or is it a Boomer reference? I have no idea.
Where?
The Crocs and cargo shorts. What does that mean?
Oh, that's a Zoomer reference.
Okay.
That's like my generation almost. Crocs and male ownership rates. It means Crocs and cargo shorts is like Crocs are like those weird looking shoes, and cargo shorts are like those like normie pants, normie shorts that people wear now. They didn't even have. Yeah, they didn't. You wouldn't know what Crocs are like. They're like a Zoomer thing.
Okay. All right. That they
Supposed to be a
really
joke.
lost me with that. But I guess we can still make the point. If we assume OkCupid's data is roughly representative of generational preferences and that incentives to settle are lower due to decreased market frictions, we would expect women in a given cohort to opt into date or intimacy at a lower rate. This appears to be exactly what is happening. Okay, so they're referring to what's happening below. Let's focus on this. How women rate men on OkCupid. So 27% least attractive, and then 31%, and then 23, 12, 5, 2, and then 0 most attractive. So, like, I guess women are rating um, ch- I guess I guess what I'm trying to take from this is that in women's eyes, no one was a giga Chad, but you had 2% who were Chads, and then 5% who were Chad lights, and then it gets progressively worse and progressively more numerous as you go down the look scale. So basically, to sum up, men have a realistic view of women's attractiveness. Women have the 80-20 rule, like 80% of men are below attractiveness. And so this just goes to is more data to prove how the black pill isn't catastrophizing dating for men. It's painting a picture of reality for men, especially men who aren't good looking. And then we have the study that we've all seen before: young men driving the decline in intimacy, with men. 28% of men had no intimacy in the past year. And that doesn't just mean in the past year. That could mean the year before as well, or ever. And then women, 18%. And then women like to downplay the amount of intimacy they've had. So women will say, I haven't had any intimacy this year, and disregard let me think of mouth intimacy that they've had, or intimacy that occurred in a different country, or with a man who they don't like anymore, or who they found attractive on the night under the influence of alcohol, but changed their mind subsequently. So yeah, this is just facts. I wish it weren't so. This is not. I don't bring this to you because it vindicates me and makes me feel like, I don't have to try. No, this is because we're living this reality, and us saying it doesn't change people's mind. So how about just looking at the data then? How can they just look at the data?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Or in general, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the data doesn't really this is reality, and for whatever reason, people don't want to accept it. I don't know. I don't know why people have such a hard time with this. Like, especially what you said about the 80-20 rule. Like, I think that this is just like, if I said this to someone in real life, they would say, "No, of course that's not true. It's the same for guys and girls." But it's not. Girls, they really do uh just select from the top 20% of men, and that's it. And I think there was a video about like guys rating guys and girls rating guys that we watched yesterday in one of the Discord servers. And it turns out that when guys rank other guys, they actually do a pretty decent job of it. But when girls do it, they they'll find one thing wrong with a guy, one little feature, like one thing about someone's face that they don't like, one thing about someone's height they don't like, and they will immediately put them below a 5 out of 10. Like, not just talking about face, we're talking about like the same way this study um, is ranking people. Like, it's like an overall out of 10. Like, most women will rank most guys a 5 out of 10 or below, which is the bottom half. And
Mm.
it's because they, for whatever reason, whereas like a woman might rate, like, say me, for example, a woman would probably rate me like a 2 out of 10. Guys would probably say 5 out of 10, or something like that, something along those lines. Like, because I don't know. The woman's way of doing things is skewed.
Yeah, they have a what's the word I'm looking for? They have they're
Like a
presented with
warped
a man.
perception or something.
They're presented with a man, and they use any disqualifier to to they use anything to disqualify him. So he's not tall enough. Okay, he's deal breaker. Whereas men, we use any any positive feature to rule a woman in.
Exactly.
Oh, she has hair. Okay, that's +5 for her. She has her
That's a
own
big one.
teeth. She has her own teeth. Oh, now I'm really interested.
If
So
she has good teeth and hair, like she's already a pet. She's already above a 5.
she has 2 feet. I'm in. That's men for you.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'll keep reading. Yeah, I don't know. In fact, I think we can move on to a video quickly, and then we'll be out of here and say I don't want to put a time limit on it because I know I'll break it.
Raw Dog asked the question, by the way. He
Okay.
said, all right, he donated $10. And he said, I'm a normie Chad Light in face and body type, but I'm 5'6" and keep getting rejected on height alone. I live in the US. This is like my exact situation. I get height mocked constantly. Women hardly show me respect. Yeah, it's over, essentially. There's nothing I can tell you. There's no advice I can give you. Welcome to America.
Brutal. All right, let's look at this video. I found it slightly positive, but then some of my black pill thinking kind of overrode. So we'll have a look at this video. Let's have a look at this.
My name's Anthony Reston.
Oh, sorry. Let's just get the title in. Sub 5 Asian gets Latina. Hold up a sec. Hold up. I have to do something. All right, hold up. Do you want to speak for a while, or shall I get a caller on while
I can speak about something. I don't know.
All right,
if you want to get a caller on, you can do that. Either one, but I'll speak and you could decide.
All right, let me get. I've given Jordy permission to be a caller. So if he clicks on the waiting bay right now, I can. All right, he's not there. Okay, you can speak about some experience. I'll be back in a sec. Okay.
Okay, sure. All right. Someone in the chat asked something, and I'll speak about it. Obviously, I have a lot of experiences that I've dealt with. I can talk about anything. I can talk about work. So I'm about 5'4". I'm a white guy from America. If you don't know what I look like, and I'm pretty social. So I've social circle maxed as well. So yeah, I have a lot of experiences because of that, because I feel like a lot of guys like shy away from things when they're short. Like they don't try things because they get mogged no, I'm not singing for you, Bend Over. Oh, Bend Over is such a troll. Okay. So I'm gonna yeah, I guess I can just say that maxing is probably the way to go. If you're short, like that 156 guy that was here that was asking, you pretty much have to max. You should try to like max out a bunch of different things. And I know like that sounds like really red pilled, right? But I'm not telling you like it's not the red pill like where I'm telling you max everything and then you'll be able to get a girl. It'll be easy, bro. Like I'm telling you to max everything in order to try to get what you want out of life besides women. Like you can play the game of life a little differently if you want. Like for me, like I kind of set money as the scoreboard and I just I do everything online and I social circle max and I kind of did everything else. So even when you get mogged and stuff, it's a little bit easier to deal with it when you have like a bit of confidence from like being really good at something. That's the other piece of advice I give you. If you become really good at something that can make money, it will make you feel much more fulfilled than if you're just like a short guy who just is just beat out by every tall guy and everything all the time. And I'm not like trying to give you a motivational speech or anything here. I don't think that like the black pill is real and yeah, it's over, but you're gonna have like as assuming you're not gonna rope, right? You're gonna have to live here for like 80 or something years. So you may as well you know that you don't have to make life about what everyone thinks life should be about, like getting married, going to like get a corporate job, work 9 to 5, wage cuck, retire. Like You don't have to do that. You can, if you feel like you get mogged in public and you don't want to go in public, then don't go in public. Like that get a job that's online. Like get really good at something. Get good at coding or some shit, and like travel around. Go to SEA.
I'm gonna have to
Face is gonna
censor
tell me
that
for sure
so
on stream.
much. I'm gonna have to do so much censoring. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. It's okay. I know it happens. Right. Let's look at this video. Then we'll take some calls. Then I think we'll leave. We'll be gone in. I'm not gonna say it. We'll be gone as soon as is feasible. Right. Sub 5 Asian gets Latina. Now this seems like it might be positive, but like I said, I don't know if it will work out.
My name's Anthony Resinello, and I'm a social and relationship coach living in Los Angeles, but I'm in New York right now filming for another episode of First Date. Help them through that date.
Right, so I've cut this up really choppy, but you'll get the sense of what's going on. So this is a dating coach. Something that was apparent to me like straight away was these two interactions that he just shows a quick clip of. I've slowed them down. So in this interaction, I'm guessing this is a previous date. Face is really good at depression. It's my speciality. I have been working on it for decades. Yeah, so in this, what I presume is a previous interaction or date that this dating coach set up. I may be getting the wrong picture from this, but it seems to fit what I experience and know and have read evidence of, that he is on this date. This woman isn't looking at him. She could just be looking at a bird. I don't know. This could be perfectly innocent, but it seems fitting, or seems terrible, I should say, that he's looking at her, giving her, like, paying this like attention to her. His body is turned towards her, her body is turned away, she's looking up. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the background to this is, but if you look at that and then compare it to this quick clip, and then this one. Now this is I'm guessing you do get some good looking guys who seek dating coaches out, but they tend to do well. When I was into pickup artistry, when I was into pickup art, one time I was in a group of PUAs. We went into a nightclub. There was a good looking guy there. Within about 5 to 10 minutes, he left the nightclub with two women, one on his left arm, one on his right. And it was just like, peace out, I'm gone, I'm done. And he just left. And it made us feel like 100% worse, because we thought, wow, is our game that bad? Are we doing something wrong? Because we were like red pilled in those days. Well, I was anyway. And so, yeah, this guy, good looking guy, look at the euphoria in this woman's face. Okay, it's just, it could, the comparison of the last thing we saw and this one, I could be jumping to conclusions. It could have worked out in the opposite way that I see, but it's just telling that the small snippet that we see seems to fit the black pill. But let's continue. This isn't as bad as it gets.
Today I matched up a YouTuber, Eric Wen. He's an expert in personality types.
My whole YouTube channel is breaking down other people's personality types.
This is Rebecca.
So, yeah, that guy is supposed to get this girl, okay?
Rebecca is 23.
Okay. Is this 21, 22, 23? Okay.
She is also an ENFJ. Rebecca loves to dance. She's Latina. And she's bilingual Spanish.
That's sort of my weakness. Where do your friends tend to be from? Are you pretty involved with your church? Have you been able to stay? Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but he he was asking some questions. He asked if she was involved in the church, and she said yes. So maybe that's possibly in his favor. That she might have, a little. She may not be as, what's the word I'm looking for, that YouTube will allow. She may not be as hedonistic, I guess, sensually hedonistic as other women. Now, obviously, that she probably is, but she may be less so than the average woman.
What about you?
For which part?
Okay, this is a question. I chopped it really badly, but you'll get the sense. What about you? She asks.
For which part?
Like last relationship.
It's probably like a year ago. Yeah, she.
Yeah, that's bull. I'm guessing it, when he said probably like a year ago, I'm guessing it was like years ago that he had a relationship. Pardon me. And it wasn't even good. He says she was way older than me.
She was way older than me, which caused some problems.
All right, I'd like to stop and take a second and talk about Eric Wen's vibe here. In most other cases, for most other people, I would say that Eric is not engaging very well.
In fact, I want to stop this because I want to go back to the confession he made. She was way older than him. Number one, I think the relationship was a lot longer than a year ago. Number two, it's telling that she was way older. She was probably like 50 or something. He's not good looking. I'm guessing it was a dream. Someone said the man from the dark side. Yeah, he probably dreamt he had an MILF girlfriend. Yeah, but like I was saying, it was probably a very long time ago, longer than a year ago, and it's telling that she was old because he's not good looking. Everything, you start to see the world through the black pill lens, not even unduly, not where it's uncalled for. You're just viewing things in a measured way through the black pill, or the black pill just seems to project onto everyday life, and it just seems it just fits with the black pill. It fits with dating studies. It fits with dating journals. It fits with the experience of most men today, or a lot of men below a certain level of attractiveness. It just fits. The black pill is so real. It's a good predictor of a lot of men's dating life. We'll continue.
Caused some problems.
All right, I'd like to stop and take a second and talk about Eric Wen's vibe here. In most other cases, for most other people, I would say that Eric is not engaging very well with Rebecca. He seems to be withdrawn, detached, not very engaged, not very interested. Most people, I would assume, would think that. But I know Eric. Eric's a good friend of mine. Eric is engaged right now.
Okay, I would actually agree with him. This dating coach, I would agree that his energy is a bit too low and he's looking away from her like in an uninterested way. He doesn't have the kind of, but this is probably learned behavior through his experience of being rejected so often. If you were a Chad and you had women engaging with you more often, you would learn to, you would come into an interaction with the belief that the girl likes you because of positive reinforcement, right?
Yeah, it seems like this is definitely learned behavior. Look at him. I that's the first thing that I noticed. I think I subconsciously, now that you're saying it, I completely agree. But when you originally were playing the video, I didn't like pick up on what was quite wrong. Like I was like, this, like you just immediately get the vibe. This guy has not had sex in years, right? And you think that because of the way he's acting, that if this guy, if you wanted to get the vibe, look, he's not that attractive, right? But if he turned and looked at her confidently and started engaging her and talking openly, you might think, maybe this guy knows what he's doing. Maybe this guy, whatever. I'm not, I don't know. And it's learned behavior. I think it's a human trait to kind of, because maybe he's tried that. Maybe he used to be like that, but when nobody responds to it, it's kind of like, why should he even try? Like, what's the purpose of him even putting in all the effort? It's not going to make a difference anyway at the end of the day.
Yep, definitely. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going.
He may be a little anxious, yeah. There's a camera in front of him. He's on a first date in a town hours away from his home. He's out of his element.
Do you want to dance?
Right now?
Over there, probably where the music is.
With the yes.
Either, so do you know?
Show me what you got.
So we have to mirror each other.
Okay.
So if I go like this.
I think you're a lot more Hispanic than I am.
Yeah, it's possible.
That was so fun. I love that. I'm down.
I'm really attracted to you. And I had a really nice time, and we have a lot of ways that we can connect and stuff like that. And I'd love to dance more.
I know, I would too. I really would, yes.
But yeah, are you doing it?
Okay, that was hard to hear because of the music. So he asks, by the way, he's from New York, I think, or he's from a different state, and he's in New York right now meeting this girl. So there is a distance component to this, but Chad can bridge that distance. Chad can bridge any distance. But this guy, I'm not so confident about. So he asks, "Are you doing anything this weekend?"
Yes.
Okay, this is not going well. When a girl says she's busy, I used to give women the benefit of the doubt. I used to be like, oh, maybe she's really busy. Once I had a date scheduled with a single mom, not the single mom I dated, another one. She said, I can't get a babysitter. I was like, oh, maybe she really can't. I told some black pillars, they were like, dude, if you were good looking, she would flush that baby down the toilet. So yeah, she says yes, she's busy. Not a good sign. Not good at all.
Okay.
Yes. How long are you here for?
Couple days.
Okay.
When are you here or not here? Let me stop the music.
All right, I just want...
What I was thinking about is like, okay, there has to be a level of attraction in order to have the spark. Like if there was no attraction, then it would probably be like, oh no, I don't want to. But because that was there, it was this kind of like, okay, like I see you, okay, you know how to like, yeah. So I thought that was cool.
She's kind of talking positively about the date, which is good. But let's bear in mind, the date was filmed. So that provides a different tone to the date. It's like she knows she's on camera. She knows that this guy is using a dating coach. It speaks to his lack of success if he's having to use a dating coach. So she's probably, this is probably a degree of pity going on that she doesn't feel genuinely, or maybe even, this might even be genuine, a genuine, I wouldn't say attraction, but a genuine, her genuinely waiting to see if any attractive feelings of attraction come. Whereas if this were not filmed, she may have dismissed him already, if that makes sense. So maybe this, the fact that a camera is in her face, it's forcing her to virtue signal. It's forcing her to temper her dismissal of him, like wait it out and see if a spark does emerge. I think there is a different dynamic that comes across, or that is enforced by having a camera in her face, knowing that there are possible repercussions of her being too mean to him, being too dismissive of him. I'll just finish this video quickly, and then I'll let you give your opinion.
The whole thing that like he doesn't live here like throws me off. So I do feel a little bit like, okay, we'll see what happens. I liked him enough to want to go on a second date with him.
Right, she likes it, like the fact, just that the phrasing of that that sentence there. I liked him enough. It seems as if she's giving herself a spiritual pat on the back, as if she's doing some kind of good. Again, she's making it's as if she's making herself feel good by some kind of like charity outreach. It seems as if she's trying to convince herself of her good nature by doing this. Okay, so do you want to feedback on that? Back to school cell.
Yeah, sure. I think there's two things going on here. There's the first thing that you have to remember is that, and I just know this because I have a sister and I have some female acquaintances. Women act completely different in front of a camera than they do behind closed doors and like with other women and with what's going on in their head. In front of a camera or in front of people in general, because I've just seen this. They're like, "Hi, how are you? It's so great to see you." This is like typical woman stuff. And then behind closed doors, they immediately turn and it's like, "Oh my God, he was so weird. He was so awkward." Like every little thing that they did wrong. Like this is what women do, right? And the second thing you have to remember is that women like attention much more so than males. Males don't need it quite as much. Women, they thrive on attention. So you don't know what she clearly knows. There's a camera here. You have to remember how big of a deal it is. She's not on a private date. There's a camera on her. She might like the fact that she's on a YouTube channel, that she's, I mean, if you think about it, right? This is the interesting thing for her. Like she can show this to people as long as she's not a complete bitch to him, right? Sorry. You can filter that. As long as she's not like really negative towards him, and she could show her quote unquote good side to the rest of the world. She probably loves his attention and the ability to get in front of a camera. That's what I see going on here. I feel like I can kind of pick up on the vibe of this. Like, there's no way that she's into him with like the way that he's talking and not even giving eye contact. Like, and you know, his attractiveness level and stuff. Like, you would know, like, if she was really into him, there would be like even the slightest bit of connection. She would maybe like even call him out and say, why aren't you looking at me in the eyes? But there's none of that. She's just like accepting him for what he is and just trying to be super nice about it. That's how I like read this.
Yeah, it seems that way. Maybe we're just too black-pilled. Maybe this is like the beginning of a beautiful marriage and relationship. I just don't see it though. It just in 2020, it just doesn't seem likely. I would love to see what happens because this PUA, this pickup artist dating coach, will not update us on this if it goes south. If this goes like terribly and she says, okay, don't really want to, we're not going to progress to dating, you won't hear about that because you're not supposed to. Pickup artists want you to hear about only the initial interaction that looks good, that looks promising, and then the rest of it, you're left to fill in the blank, and fill in the blank in a blue-pilled or red-pilled way. So I don't think we'll hear about it. Oh, I got a hair in my throat, but none on my head. I don't think we'll hear about this if it goes badly. What I want to do is take some calls quickly. We'll do this. We're not going to make this show too much longer, but we'll get some calls on the show. I don't know why I'm giving out the number because we're not going to take that many, But here's you won't hear this, by the way. Back to school cell. Here's how to get on. Looks live. Join the discussion. Add me on Discord. FACEandLMS #3804. But don't call. Send a message to me saying call, and I'll get to you when I'm good and ready.
You'll never have a white girl. Please go
It's Discord only today. Make sure you don't mind people seeing your display picture. Message call to join the discussion. To get a message readout, streamlabs.com/FACEandLMS1. Right, let's take some calls. We've got our first one. It's Geordie. Please don't be a mic cell. You're on.
Yeah, I'm not on mic cell today. You hear me loud and clear, yeah?
Loud and clear.
Yep.
All right, perfect. What do you want to talk about?
The video, the 2 hours of content we just digested.
Yeah, well, I just got home, so like, what's good?
Okay, good first call. All right then.
It's not my first call, it's my second call, but yeah, I just wanted to basically just talk about any topic. You said what is heightened online dating, basically, yeah?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. Well, first off, I just shout out Cutter, Dollar, Jacket, and the rest of the guys in the Discord, Gene Cell, and yeah, basically. So
Language.
yeah,
language,
we just got
bro, language.
what height. It's not really a big deal to me. And online dating, okay, I haven't done Tinder in what 5 years, ever since it came out. Like, okay, for the first couple years, yeah, it might have been possible, but it's not really been working for the last 5. So like, it's not really relevant to so many guys out there. Like, they're looking at Tinder when you're talking about it, and online dating, and it's just not even bother. So like, why even think about it?
Okay. All right.
What do you think about the hype pill, Jordy?
Well, yeah, it's very relevant, of course. Like, if you're under 5'7", yeah, it's tough for you. Like, even if you're white, like, you're gonna have a tough time. So yeah, I agree with it fully.
How is your dating? How is it for you right now?
Well, you already know my story, right? Like, yeah,
They
I'm
don't.
old, so I'm nearly 30, and yeah, of course, I've not had a girlfriend pretty much ever. So yeah, I could go through my whole story, school, whatever, but I guess we just cut to the chase. Like, it's not happening for me anymore. Obviously, like, I'm classed a black cell here in the UK, and it's just over. Like, I'm not gonna get anything. I keep trying. Like, even tonight, I went out and tried to do approaches. It just wasn't happening. Like, you know.
What is approaching?
That's why I
what
just got on a call tonight. You know, you have so many guys who come on here and don't actually do approaches. I actually went out tonight, Saturday night, and I did approaches, you know? So they can't chat to me about laughing. Like, nah.
How did it go? Like, what's the results of the night?
There were no results. I went out to central London, Leicester Square. This is the thing. I go out, like, I actually try. I actually do this. Like, I actually keep trying. And, you know, as I said, I'm nearly 30, and it just doesn't work.
But
You
we're in
sound
lockdown right now.
sound
How did you
angry.
do
It
that?
sounds like you're gonna be. I feel like I'm gonna like see you on the news tomorrow.
Well, bro, you already know how I am. Like, I'm actually like, yeah, I'm riled up about these kind of things. You know how I am in the Discord. Like, yeah, I'm a delete cell, so of course I'm editing all my comments because yeah, they're of course like a bit, what's the word, extreme, let's say. But once you get to this age, once a lot of your viewers get to this age and they actually start to understand when you're nearly 30, and it's coming to that point where your family no longer ask you about your life. They no longer care. Like, they don't ask you if you have a future or not. Like, you have to understand this. This is what these people have to understand. Like, it actually gets to a point where you have to reevaluate everything you're going for in your life. This is why I get riled up about these kind of things. But yeah.
Did you approach with the mask on?
No, I didn't have a mask either. But mate, you see my pictures, like, you understand, like. You understand, like, I went from 3.5 to 4.5 through light skin maxing, like, all that stuff we have to go through another time. But yeah, basically, I went to Thailand. Like, the comments are talking about Thailand. I went to Thailand. You don't understand about like black problems. Like, I went to Thailand. I did all of that. Like, yeah. Anyway, next topics we have to go through. Anyway, gene cells are pagan, but let's carry on. Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? I fixed my mic this time, you know, so, you know, no one could chat to me.
Jordy, you sound so riled up.
Yeah.
Damn. What you?
Well, yeah,
what
I
were the
am riled
nature
up
of the
today.
rejections? What were the nature of was it soft rejection as in we're having a good time here, we're not really really into speaking to new men today, or what did they say no straight up? What was the nature
You
of
know
the
how it
rejection?
is in England, man. You know how it is. You've been around, like, I've been trying this stuff. Like, in England, it's different from America. Like, they just par you off. Like, you try to, like, talk to them and they just turn their back. Like, I've been going through this stuff for 10 years. You know my story. Like, I've been through the POA stuff. I've done over 200 approaches, like, recorded, like, I proper tried it and it just hasn't worked. So, obviously, I'm riled up on a call today, and yeah, next time I call in, I'll be a bit calmer, but you know how it is. Like, yeah.
I will.
You're the same Jordy I gave a crypto
Yeah.
lecture to, right?
Jeez.
Nah, today, no, but Ty, like, I just come from approaching. This is why I'm more angry today, because I literally just come from like 5 to 10 rejections in my face. So obviously, like, obviously I'm feeling bad right now. You know how it is. Yeah,
Props
I'll
to
just
you,
be
though.
honest. Like, obviously I got rejected totally.
Props for trying. I couldn't do that.
I tried. Like, obviously this has been what 2 3 months I haven't been trying, but I tried tonight. Tonight was gonna be my night when I tried, and yeah, it just failed. Like, I just tried. All I see is like rich people in central London, like obviously like 6 foot tall white people, and yeah, that's fine. That's how England is. But obviously I'm gonna try and do something, but it doesn't work. So yeah,
What
what am I
people
gonna
want to
do at this
know,
age? Like,
what people want to know in the chat is the nature of the rejection. So at
Yeah.
the end of a conversation, when you're talking to a girl, right, and
yeah.
maybe they're interested, maybe they're not. I don't know if they're paying attention. Like, how does that end? How do you decide that, like, this is done and we're moving on to the
Because they turn their back, man. Like, have you done these approaches? Like, they literally
Yeah.
turn their back. Like,
and talk
I
to their
done
friend?
so many things. Obviously, in chat, it's gonna make me sound like such a retard, but I don't care. Like, I'll try to do the approaches. I'll like, yeah. Anyway, it's just this PUA stuff. It just doesn't work anymore. You know, trying these indirect approaches, and people in the chat will know if they know about this kind of stuff. But you try them, and then people just give you the side eye, and they turn their back, and you know it's over then. And imagine trying to pick yourself up after that rejection. You're trying to pick up your confidence and do another one and another one and another one and another one, like 20 times. Nah, no more.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Well, thanks for your call, Jordy, and you need to chill with a drink now. You've done you've done your best. No one can blame you.
I tried, man. Next time I call in, I'll be a bit calmer. Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
All right. Thanks for your call, Jordy.
All right, peace. Bye.
Yeah. Jeez. If you live in whichever area he lives in, stay close to tune into the news. You may see him on there. Let's take Pygmy. You're on Looks Live, Pygmy.
Done. Hello?
You are on Looks Live.
Looks like I'm a lurker caller now. But like every time I hear, I don't know, alpha or like charisma or something along those lines, like words you would imagine that, like, if you imagine that word, you imagine like a quote unquote alpha guy, right? Like anytime I hear that kind of thing, I'm kind of immediately skeptical. Um, but at the same time, I mean, it's kind of like if you're trying to sell a PUA book, you'll use those keywords, right? But if you're trying to sell medicine or something, you'll try to make it sound sciencey or something. It's kind of the same idea with marketing PUA products, for example. Hello?
What do you think of this date? Am I just being too negative? Do you think he has a chance here?
I mean, I haven't really looked at the entire stream, so I wouldn't really know what to say exactly.
Okay. All right. This is pretty awkward then. Do you want to leave us on something?
I'll start posting once I'm done with study selling. So yeah, I mean, other people have been asking like why I haven't been posting. Am I done or something? But I'm going
Pigment, can I
to
ask you a
post
question?
it. Sure.
Have you ever cold approached before or done any like? Have you ever really talked to like a group of women in public or in like any situation before, or do you not even bother with it?
Well, I mean, I've approached a lot in the past, but like when you think about it, there are social consequences to these kinds of things. Like if you try to like this is just a random example. Like if you're asking the cashier Floyd, like um if you want to go out, like this is just a random example, right? Like anything along those lines, those have social consequences since the next time you go to that same area, like they'll have those like they'll look out for you and kind of identify you as a pariah, a social pariah. Like if you're an ugly guy who asks anyone else out, like you're seen as a social pariah the next time you meet them. So like you see what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So as of now, I don't really do that kind of thing, but in the past I have, but I do understand there are social consequences to these things.
But there's
Okay.
not if you do it to random girls though. If you do what Jordy does and you go to a different country maybe and you were to approach random girls, but it takes a lot of confidence I think and a lot of building up to it and a lot of you have to like almost have the skill to do it. Like you see how Jordy is like very worked up and confident. You could tell he's been talking to a lot of people tonight. Like
I
you
don't
have to
know
kind of build that up.
for most people that wouldn't really be something that's realistic. Like no one's
Yeah.
gonna go to another country just to uh do some PUA crap. Like most people
No,
are
you understand people do this though. If you're like above a 5 out
I
of
mean
10 overall
like
attraction.
I'm talking about for people in general. Like most people like I'm just talking statistically, right? Most people can't really they're not in the position that they can just randomly go to like C maxing, for example.
Right, but people still do it though. On Discord, there's several people, Mr. Scops, Christopher, there's a few others who have
Yeah, yeah,
gone
sure.
to SEA who have done it, and this stuff it works for them because they're like maybe they would be considered like lower normie attractiveness or like high incel attractiveness here, but when they geomax, they end up having success. But these I wouldn't consider that like any of these guys like incel types, I guess. If you're like true cell as they say, then I don't think yeah,
Yeah, I'm
geomaxing's
5'3",
whatever.
so it's
Right.
over. But, like, it's kind of this I mean, I'm just talking to statistically, these kinds of people are sort of the minority who are able to do these things. Like, for most people, that wouldn't be a very realistic thing to do. Like, especially considering the fact that they're, um like, this entire trip or so, like, it's kind of a toss-up. You're kind of risking this entire trip just for a few attempts, and if you fail, it's kind of, a waste.
Yeah, I
Right.
always ask guys this that are the same height as me because I like to know. Because I'm still trying to figure it out myself. Like, what do you even forget about real life, right? But if you're gonna say like we can't really do much in real life right now, what about dating apps? Like, what do you actually do on dating apps if you go on them in the first place? Like, if you put your height right, then
Yeah.
you're gonna get rejected every single time. Girls are just gonna swipe left on you. If they do swipe right, it's usually a mistake, right? So I would say that it's basically 100% reject you. 0% are actually like, oh look, this guy's 5'3". I'm gonna
Pretty much.
let's go with this. But
Yeah,
if you
I'm
don't
the
put your height, what do you do? Do you tell them? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I always want to know what people's strategies are, especially like particularly people in the same position as me. But I
well,
don't
I
know if
mean,
you're a good case study of this.
I would consider myself the really true self, like, I'm ethnic, I'm short, like, really short, I'm a turbo manlet, I'm autistic, like, all of this crap is just piles and piles upon like, just all this crap just, like, piled upon me, and I can't really do anything about it. I mean, even if I were white or whatever, I'd still be an incel. That's kind of the idea.
All right. Pygmy. Got to keep on moving. So thanks for your call.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Let's take the boss the boss, you're on Looks Live. Today you are.
You gotta unmute your mic.
You have to unmute yourself.
Oh
this
yeah,
is.
yeah.
Hey, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Please tell me, like, you've watched some of the stream at least.
I honestly just came in. Like
What
when
the
I
hell has there been like a boxing match or a party or something? Like, what the hell?
someone told me your stream was on, so I was like, might as well just get on there.
All right.
So you guys are watching this video about a date?
We did.
Okay, I kind of want to talk about something else, but I mean, we could go back to that after. Like
Okay,
what I've
you'll
realized,
be quick.
like just
Because
do
we want
kind
to
of
get feedback
observation.
on the show. Like, what the hell?
What was the topic you wanted to talk about?
Yeah.
Like through observation, I've kind of realized that like people kind of they kind of assume that men are single now. Like if they don't know that you have a girlfriend, they just kind of assume that men are single. Like men being single is kind of normalized now.
Okay, fair point. Yeah, that's true. The same way you assume that all females have boyfriends. If you
Yeah.
see an attractive female, you never assume they're single.
Yeah. Like my parents, they kind of used to ask about it when I was younger, but now literally no one asks. Like my friends don't ask about me having a girlfriend, or
But what do
parents
you
don't
have to be
ask.
over 25, right? This is what happens to guys.
I'm 22.
Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, that's early for that to happen then. But that's normal. People stop asking about it. They think it and they talk about it behind your back.
Yeah.
But they don't ask it anymore to your face as often. They stop asking and they just assume.
Yeah.
Okay, this was a great call. Thanks for your call, the boss. We'll talk to you again. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's start getting like militant up in here. Angel 007 007, you're on Looks Live.
Hello, Face.
Hello. And okay, how much of the stream have you heard?
Almost nothing.
Okay, back in the waiting bay you go. Let's take Arul. You're on Looks Live.
Arul will be good. I know him.
Arul, you're on Looks Live.
What's up, man?
How much of the stream have you heard?
Barely nothing. I just look at it.
Back you go. Honeymaid, you're on Looks Live.
Oh, me? Oh,
No, you're on Looks Live.
I'm watching the stream, and but I just wanted to talk about my experience between like online dating and in real life.
Okay, what do you before you do? Can you give us some feedback on the data that we spoke about?
Not gonna lie, face. I woke up from a nap and then saw you were online. And then
what the hell? Like, are my notifications coming in like
bro.
2.5 hours late? What the hell is this?
Dude, I'm sorry, bro. I get no notification or nothing.
You're supposed to click
anyway,
the bell.
What happened? What happened on the video? Just tell me then.
Oh, you'll have to watch it when it's released.
Is it? Okay, fine. But anyway.
All right, just go ahead. All right.
It's my bad, bro. My bad.
Right.
So like, my experience with like Tinder and Bumble and Hinge and shit like that, honestly, trash, bro. The women are on there like garbage. I don't match with anyone bad or anyone cute like that. Like, it's bad. But like in real life, when I'm out like in the bars and the clubs and shit, honestly, like I get a lot more attention there. And I was wondering, like, does everyone here just rely on online dating? Are they out there? Like, are they in the clubs or bars?
I used to be out there. I used to be approaching women in real life, but as I've noticed, it was very noticeable with the growth of online dating came women's harsher rejection of me. Women would at least pretend to entertain me, like in a few years ago. But when online dating kind of reached its zenith, then it became an insult for me to even be viewed by women. Women would look at me and be repulsed. Not even
Well, on like Tinder, is that what you're
approaching.
saying? Or are you
No,
talking
I
about
mean
the clubs?
in real life, in clubs,
Oh,
at the
okay.
gym. At the gym, this woman saw me
Damn,
come
alright.
out of the changing room. She was visibly offended by my face. And that's not approaching. That's
What
just me
happened? Like,
breathing.
what, so
That's
just
just
made
like,
a face? Like,
yeah,
like what?
because I had the
Fuck.
cheek, I had the gall to exist in her field of vision. So this is like the effect of dating, online dating now doesn't just stop at online dating. It's in the real world, you're perceived as a nuisance. Even outside of approaching women, you're seen as a nuisance. It's unbearable for you to be alive.
I mean, I honestly, like, I feel like it goes the same way for me too. Like, some girls might be thinking like, damn, that fool's ugly as fuck. But then some other girls might, oh, like, da da da, he's cute or something like that. And then honestly, what I look for when I'm out and about is like, I don't know if y'all heard of choosing signals.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, that works for me. But you know, it might not. The thing is, like, dude, it'll be like a 7. Like, I think sevens are cute, but like it'll be an equivalent 7 that'll give me choosing signals, and then another 7 that fucking thinks I'm ugly by the way she's looking at me. I'm like, what? And even like uglier girls will think I'm uglier. I don't know. It's so weird. It differs among like all these women. Oh,
Okay,
don't
I
do me
think
like
we've
that, bro. Don't
heard
do me like
enough
that, bro.
of
Come
the
on now.
Chad lifestyle. Sevens? Are you serious? You're calling an incelibate stream to talk about the sevens you've experienced?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I got introduced to stream because like Red Pill. My homie is really into Red Pill, and then I saw it on YouTube, and then you came up, and I thought your shit was interesting too, because I actually do believe in like looks and how it's like a big part of how women operate for sure. But I
All
was
right.
just giving my input. You know?
All right. Thanks for your call, Honey Maid. I'm going to drag you into the lightning round. We may do one after at the end of the show. Stick around if you want. If you don't want to, you're welcome to leave. Let's take someone who actually listened. I think it was White Computer Power. All right. White Computer Power. Yeah. Okay. You're on Looks Live. All right. Let's take Christopher. You're on Looks Live, Christopher. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, you got to unmute Christopher.
Oh yeah, I've been listening the entire stream, and it's been fantastic.
Thank you. At last. I celebrated too early.
You got a point to make?
He called to let us know he listened. I think that was his whole point.
That was a valid point.
Thanks for your point, Christopher. You know, we're waiting for another one of your points. He's listening to the stream.
Oh, because he's listening live.
To the stream.
Okay.
He's listening to the stream. Listen to the call. Jeez, mic cells.
I'm telling him listen to the call, not the stream.
Oh, then he's lagging. There's a 9-second delay, to be honest. What? Listen to the channel, not the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, I figured it out.
Yeah, you listen to us in here. Yeah, you know.
Sorry, I've never done this before, so you know. Learning experience. But yeah, no, the stream's been great. I wanted to. I guess maybe you were bored by the points Honey made the Chad in the previous call was making, but I'm not a Chad, but I kind of want to echo his experience, which is that I get literally nothing with online dating apps. So I gave those up, you know, a long time ago. But if there's any chance at all of me getting any attention from a woman whatsoever, it would be IRL. So I don't know if you guys have had similar experience where, you know, I know this is like an stream, but for those very rare times when you did have some success or attention with women, you know, like if it is going to happen at all, it's like IRL for me, if anything, because online dating
agree
apps are
with
just
that.
fucking
I can agree
disaster.
with that. if I'm going to get a number, even if it turns into, a flake, it will be in real life, because I guess there's a social momentum that builds up in real life where you're speaking to a woman. You're not just a face that can be left swiped, so she has to hear you out, and then it seems like socially bad etiquette to say no, or there is a momentum for her to say yes. Okay, here's my phone number. So yeah, in real life, I do get further. That I can agree with you there. Obviously, it doesn't turn into anything. But yeah,
well, exactly. Like what you said about the phone number, right? I remember back in the day, because I'm older than a lot of the guys here, I think. But back in the day, it used to be like an achievement or something to get a phone number, as if it meant something. But I swear, like a phone number or some kind of social media contact doesn't really mean anything. It's just a way for women to kind of get rid of you at the moment. Because they can ignore you later. After they've given you their phone number or Instagram or whatever. It's easy for them to ignore you later, but. I don't know. I've never really understood the whole idea of like, oh, if a woman gives you her phone number, that means that's some sort of like accomplishment. But I always
now
found
they
it just
ghost you. That's the thing. Now they'll
exactly
literally
right.
get your number to be nice, and then they'll just ghost. And back in the day, it wasn't acceptable for a woman to ghost because I don't know. Like there was a whole thing of like, do you remember when it was like ghosting wasn't a thing, and like I guess they kind of had to answer, and maybe they whatever. Now I don't know what changed, but. Like it's socially acceptable for a woman to just completely ignure you.
Not only was it not a thing, I had never even heard that word ghosting applied in that context until until people started doing it more commonly with dating apps, right? Like the first time I had heard people use the word ghosting in that context, it was obviously from people's experiences with online dating. It wasn't really even really a thing. It wasn't a word people even used back in the day.
Yeah, I think with the growth of women's options came the need for women to ghost, because there just wasn't enough time in the day to respond to all of their messages and to, pursue an interaction that they knew wasn't going to go anywhere. So it just became easier to become cold. I mean, if you're a woman and say you're in 2008 or something, and you have two men who approach you and you're having to reject them, it's easier to be more personable, like give a personalized rejection, I guess. But if you have like 100 men vying for your attention, it's easier to just say, okay, they become less human. They're less. Before it was two people, you probably knew their name, you probably remembered their name. With like 100 people in 100 men vying for your attention, it's easier to see them as in a colder way and just ignore them all. So ghosting, I guess, became easier because of the abundance.
Well, yeah, because now it's like job applications. Right. It's like, there's so many. The same thing that's happened to the dating market, I feel like has happened to the job market as well, where it's just there's far too many people applying for the job. There's far too many people wanting to date that woman than there are, employers willing to hire people or women willing to date men. You know what I mean? So now you're just one CV on a stack of hundreds or thousands of other CVs. And, the guy, the HR admin going through your CVs at best might look at, the first few lines or whatever, but realistically, what hope do you have?
Oh, there's something just occurred to me. With the rise of social media, also a factor is that women see themselves as higher and mightier than before. So ghosting may also have come about because women see themselves as superior to you. Because if they had like two men vying for their attention in 2010, now they have like hundreds of men. So now they feel, because they're gassed up, basically their heads are like been filled with hot air from lots of men approaching them, it's easier for them to see men as lesser. So now we don't deserve a goodbye, or I'm sorry, I'm not into you. Now we don't deserve it. Now that's why ghosting is probably more.
Yeah, and the double
prevalent as
standards are through the roof. You know, women these days, I get, maybe it's always been like this, but I feel like even more so today than ever, that women these days feel like they can get away with anything. They're allowed to do a bunch of things that if you did them, you'd be in prison or whatever, right? And not even like you know, legal versus illegal things, but I mean just like common like courtesy, just manners. You know, I don't like women like you said. They think they're better than you. They're very entitled, more so than ever today, and it sort of shows in the way they treat men or just people in general. They have a sense of an air of superiority to them, and they treat others like they're inferior. Again, that's just my experience. But
all right, thanks for your call. That was good, and thanks for actually listening to the stream.
Thank you for making the stream. So yeah,
okay, wow,
great. See you guys.
All right, thank you. Oh, wait. Drag you into lightning round. Who else listened? I think Brandon listened. Let's take Brandon.
Hello.
All right. Sorry, I'm just doing something. Hey, Brandon, you're on Looks Live.
Hello.
Fart sound broad. Hey, Brandon, please listen to the voice chat, not the stream. Have these guys like never listened to talk radio before? Like this, you don't listen. You listen to the phone, not the media.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Brandon, you're on Looks Live, but for a few seconds more.
Okay, that's good.
All right.
Yeah, I'll just say that it's just. Hello?
Yeah, speak.
Lagging a bit. Okay. Yeah, it's just everything's just screwed now because it's just everything's just saturated with dating.
Could you like, are you using a headset? Could you bring it closer to your mouth?
He sounds like he's transmitting from the moon. Are you there, Brandon?
Hello?
Oh,
Yes.
let's try it one more time.
Are you at a baseball game or something? Like, what's going on?
No.
Okay, this will be quick. Do you want to make a last point? He's listening to the stream. Alrighty. Out of here. Let's take E-Current. These guys are painful today. E-Current, you're on Looks Live.
Yeah, what's up? 1 second, I gotta mute the stream.
Oh, at least you know.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, dude, mic cells. Yeah, I was here. Actually, I gotta turn you down. Give me a second. All right, what's up? You want feedback on the video?
Yes.
Yeah. I guess like on face value, it seemed like the guy actually did like a good date, and she seemed into him. But like, judging from my own life experience, I think it's bullshit. Like, I think women tend to give out numbers in hopes that later they can just ghost them. I think it's like I guess it like saves face almost, especially if she has like a camera on her and that it's being documented. She doesn't want to look bad by just outright rejecting him. So I think it was almost just like a tactic to shoo him off later. Definitely. And I mean, like people that I know, like often happens, like they get excited that they actually get a number from a female, and it only to fizzle out maybe like a few days later.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, PUAs used to hype up phone numbers as if it was like a monumental feat. But I guess, yeah, today, look how far we've come, or you could say, look how much we've regressed. The phone numbers mean absolutely nothing a date means absolutely nothing today.
I used to think it was like a good way of getting your foot in the door, and then hopefully it moves on to something greater. But now I see the number as like almost like a tool to get rid of the guy. And I worked in nightclubs, so I've seen a lot of this sort of stuff. And like I live in a pretty small community when I was working at nightclubs, and I'll see guys like pull 3-4 numbers, and maybe one will answer. So yeah, I think getting a number used to hold value, and I say probably within the last 10 years or so that it's more or less morphed into another tool to kind of soft reject guys.
Definitely.
And those sort of face-to-face, like harsh rejections, seem less common to me because there's actually an easier way of doing it, just simply by ghosting.
All right. Yeah. Definitely. Do you want to make a final point? Because I'm going to squeeze in a few more calls before we do a lightning round and then we go.
No, go for it. I'm good.
All right. Thanks for your call and thanks for listening.
No problem.
All right. Oh, wait. Don't go. Go to the lightning round. Right. Let's take... I'm going to add some people to the... give some people the role. By the way, I'll type it here. Click on Waiting Bay. Right. So let's take Tyrion BR. Tyrion BR, you're on Looks Live. Oh, he's listening to the stream. Okay. All right, Tyrion BR, you have a few more seconds. All
Can
right,
you hear me?
ready. Okay, wow, you just made it. Hey, you're on Looks Live.
Face, I have
Yeah.
so many stories to share. Because
Okay.
I just got out of high school, and you won't believe the amount of black pills that I heard from girls that were
Black pills
underage.
from toddler cell.
Ah, childhood. Such a sweet sexual time.
Okay, lay it on us, Tyrion.
And okay, first one is there was this girl that was really awkward, and she was like a freshman. And I was a senior, and I had an art class with her, and she was telling me about how she only had crushes on 2 guys in the whole school, and they were the most handsome guys in the senior year. And I was telling she was so sad and telling me how she wanted a boyfriend. I was like, why don't you go for a guy your own age? Why does it have to be those 2 guys? And she was like, I know it's shallow, but I really like tall guys with broad shoulders. She literally said that. You probably think I'm LARPing, because why would a 14-year-old say that? She said that. And then what else? There was this girl that I liked, and she rejected me multiple times, but she would never completely reject me. She would keep leading me on. And then the thing is, she was from a different country, and I actually spoke her language, and she was living in my country.
Okay.
And I was one of the few people that actually spoke her language in her country, in this country, right? But she'd rather hook up with complete like gangsters that didn't even speak her language. And then when she told me why she didn't want to be with me, she'd be like, oh yeah, our personalities don't really match, but she'd rather be with a guy whose language she can't even speak.
Yeah.
How
It's a euphemism. You just weren't attractive to her. Your personalities don't match. Women don't care about a personality not matching. I mean, I guess they're in a broad sense. If you're like if you're into, I don't know, Satanism, then I guess like women will be that will be justifiable, but by and large, women don't care about your personality. If you're good looking, they'll make allowances. They'll be like, "Oh, he's into this, but opposites attract." Like it's just yeah, you just weren't attractive to her. So do you have any more updates from your high school for us?
What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, there was also this girl who was also 14, and she was like telling me, like straight up, it's all about looks. Oh shit. You
Over.
It's
I
alright.
stalked myself. Whatever. She was like, it's all about looks. Don't even bother. Yeah, and she would straight up tell me that I'm ugly. It's over.
Wait, Tyrion, you're 14 though? Are you 14?
What? Are you there?
You don't have to answer that if you don't want to.
Yeah. I'll edit that. I'll edit your name out.
Yeah,
People who
that would be good,
are listening to this live, they heard it, but when I re-upload this, I will edit your name.
But don't worry about it because it's a common name in my country, so it doesn't matter.
All right. Thanks for your call.
What was like? Don't you wanna? I was gonna show you something else too.
Okay. This is why we take calls from 18-year-olds plus.
19, but yeah.
Okay.
I got surgery recently. Can I show you my results and see if I want you to rate my before and after.
If you're gonna send me pictures, personal pictures, send it in DM. Don't send it here publicly.
Okay.
All right.
So go in here. Okay.
All right, and then we will move on.
This is me now and me before.
You're DMing that to me, right?
Did you get it?
It's
me now.
Okay.
And then me
right.
before.
You're not bad looking. Yeah, you're not bad.
But I'm
looking.
5'5". I'm 5'5".
Okay. All right. There it is.
Over.
Yeah.
And that was me before.
Have you?
Was me when I
Well,
was
you've looks maxed.
Are you done
You've
crying?
hair maxed. Your hair is more like styled. Or your growth plates closed.
Skin maxed, chin maxed, hair maxed, everything possible.
All
but
right.
now, and I wear lifts too.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna Thanks for your call. I'm gonna put you in the lightning round. Okay, so
Can you just?
Sorry. Got to keep on moving because we're gonna be going soon. Let's get Ivan98. You're on Looks Live.
Everything possible. But now, and I
Hello.
wear lifts too.
Hello. Turn off the stream.
Oh.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna thanks for your call. I'm gonna put you in the lightning round. Okay. So
Can you just?
Sorry. Got to keep on.
Okay.
Jeez.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just want to share a story. I'm 20 and I go to the university. And one of my friends, I guess he's a Chad light or even a Chad. And what really amazed me was that, he has Tinder, and so he was like messaging girls around the campus, and he was able to hook up with one of them. And the thing is, and she was Asian. I don't know if that matters, but and my friend is white, and so when he finished
does.
and everything, and when he finished having sex with her, her roommate, who was a blonde chick, literally saw him and asked him like half an hour later to hook up with her, and I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. And the worst part of it all was that I was with my other buddy, and he's Asian, and so we and somehow we ended up in the building where they were gonna have so-called sex. And so when we got into the building and we went into their group of friends, she was she had this look on her face when she was looking at us, and it was pure disgust. And I still can't scrap that off my mind. It was the most terrible thing that's ever happened. But I mean, I don't think about it anymore, and I don't really cared, but that really affected me and my
Well,
friend.
yeah, see, this is what we've been speaking about. There are men going through black-pilled experiences. Data is backing us up. We've got women who say they're going, women who are documenting their hedonism and their preference for good-looking men. They like look at TikTok. They talk about D appointment, manhood appointment. So yeah, it's dystopian, and the thing is, it's not. It hasn't reached its final point yet. This isn't as bad as it's going to be.
What do you think the endpoint look like, or what's going to look like?
Some kind of law that pertains to ugly men, like ugly men. It won't be, the letter of the law won't say ugly men, but it will say men have to be escorted on public transport. For instance, men have to be chaperoned by a woman, and obviously, if you're an ugly man, you're not going to be able to get a woman to chaperone you. So it will be that kind of enforced in that way. It will be kind of male neutral, looks neutral, but it will affect ugly men or short men. So I predict that there will be a time where in female only gyms, men will be allowed in if a woman brings you in, but obviously you would have to be attractive for that to happen. So that kind of law, that kind of societal change, I see that happening.
Yeah, and even when you go to parties, because I went to like lots of them with my friends when my freshman year, and a guy wouldn't go in unless he was accompanied with like there was a good ratio between men and women. So 2 guys and 5-6 girls, then they would be allowed in. But if it was just a bunch of guys and good-looking dudes, they wouldn't get in. Even though they had status, they had
What am I even talking about? What am I talking about? That is a thing right now in nightclubs. I've been to nightclubs where they say, men can't come in unless they're accompanied by a woman. So that's now. I guess it will be worse. But yeah, we have that now. Jeez. Okay, do you have a final point to leave us on?
I just want to say this last question. I'm 5'8", and that's like 1 inch below the average in the United States. What do you think that like do you think that's going to be like a very tough road for me to chart out, like in terms of dating anyone?
I don't know if Back to School Cell can reply. He's muted. What do you think of his chances at 5'8"?
I think you're obviously at a disadvantage if you're comparing yourself to someone who's 6'1" or 6 foot, right? So you're gonna notice that, like when you're going for women, that the 6 foot tall guys end up winning every single time, pretty much every year, or most of the time, 90% of the time. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, and you're just gonna have to get used to it. But you're not in the worst possible scenario where you're gonna be beat out by. Wow, that picture is brutal. That was posted in the chat. You're not going to be beat out 100% of the time. That's the thing. If you're asking if you're going to have a tough road, yeah, you're going to have a tough road. But you're not going to be like mocked by guys for being 5'8". You know what I mean? For the maybe a few 6 foot guys might make a comment here and there, but for the most part, like no one's going to talk about you behind your back about your height. Like you're not going to deal with any of that stuff that you would deal with if you were like below 5'6". You're really just going to deal with being at a disadvantage. But I wouldn't say it's over at 5'8". If you have other bad features, then that will just be one thing that that compounds to
and the last
all the other features.
Thank you, man. And the last thing I want to say to Face, what are your thoughts on elevator shoes? Do you recommend them or no?
I think Back to School Cell would be the best.
Oh, okay. Back to school.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I do recommend wearing 2-inch ones is fine. Don't do any more than that because it's too much of a difference. I like one time wore bigger than that. And the problem is that it's no longer you at some point. You know what I mean? So like if you're wearing, let's say you were like 6-inch ones, right? That would be considered like way too
Oh
much.
yeah,
Right.
I was thinking about 3-inch. That would put me
Right.
in
I
like
was just doing an
for the
extreme.
manlets, which would be 5'11".
Yeah, that's yeah, don't do 3-inch ones. Just 2-inch ones is fine because it's enough where people will be like, okay, oh, you look, but they're not going to be like, whoa, you look completely different.
True.
All
All right,
right.
that's all I have. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Ivan. You're in the lightning round channel now, so wait around. Let's take Bend Over. You're on Looks Live. Mike Sell.
Hello.
Hello, you made it.
Can you hear me?
Yep,
What's
loud
up,
and
Bend
clear.
Over? He had a lot of comments Bend Over in the chat.
Oh yeah. I love wasting my money.
Was that you with the $100 donation?
No, not that. But I have given you $100 in the past.
Yeah, geez, thanks. Check out my OnlyFans, by the way. But anyway, yeah, go back.
I'm your first subscriber.
I'll give you a nice surprise for being the first subscriber.
For the special picks.
And please tell me you've watched at least some of the stream.
What? You expect me to watch this stuff? I just pay money.
Cool. All right. Yeah.
All right. Well, I kind of wanted to go through a couple different things. Some data that Pew Research has collected. And this data isn't that old. It's from October of 2019. And so it's actually a comparison, a lot of it from what people think of dating now compared to, let's say, 10 years ago is a lot of it. So most daters say that their dating lives are going well and it's difficult to find people to date, aren't going well. Okay, let's say, so the percentage of daters saying that they have found it somewhat difficult to find a date in the past year is 75%.
That's men and women.
That's both combined. Okay. But I'll get into the other data that will sort of separate that out in a moment. And the percentage of data is saying that overall things in their dating life are going not well at all is 67%. All right. So let's we start combining that data with some other data that we have, especially when it's separated by gender. You can kind of get a sense here. Let me bring it up. Okay, so the share of U.S. adults who are single varies by demographic group. Okay, so all adults, 31% are single. If you divide it up into whites, that's 28%. Blacks are 47%, and Hispanics are 27%.
Over.
So despite actually what First has brought up in his streams, saying that the Hispanic community basically is a monolith, basically, of people getting together and being in long-term relationships, this data seems to indicate it's about the same as white people, even with that social circle that they do. Now, if you get into age groups, 18 to 29 obviously has the highest number. That's 41% of singles. 30 to 49, that's 23. And 50, I mean, I think we can roll through those. But
yeah.
If you compare among women and among men, right? So the overall total, including all ages, is actually 31% men and 31% female. Seems like it's 50-50, right? The number of single men and women. But if you break that down by age, it drastically changes things.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so 18, this is amongst men, 18 to 29, it's 51%. And if you look at among women, it's only 32%.
that can't date or didn't date. Sorry, I was doing
That of percentage who are single.
Okay.
Basically, not married or in a long-term relationship, that sort of thing.
Okay, read that stat again.
Okay, amongst men, it's 51% in the 18 to 29 age group. That is the percentage of men that are single. But in 18 to 29%, only 32% of women are actually single. Okay.
See, this
and
is
if you,
brutal.
Yes. So if you go to 30 to 49% of men, it's still 27% compared to only 19% amongst women. So even in that demographic, men still have more single. It's basically when you get into the really old ages that it swaps over. When you're talking about 65 plus, where there actually is more single women than there are men, which we all know that men tend to die sooner and things like that. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
again,
so
statistics
you can
are
see
proving
where
how
the
bad
it doesn't quite correlate to the there's plenty of fish in the sea. No, there isn't. There literally isn't, because they can't be, because the percentages don't add up.
What would you attribute the low? Because I'm guessing people would say, or blue pillars would say, does that indicate that there are more men? Like
There are
there's a high
no. It
demographic of men?
indicate that there's a lot more men, because the study was basically conducted by taking about the same number of men and women together, right? But the problem is that those demographics show that there are a substantial amount of men overall in those age brackets. So even if you have, if you take 4,000 men and you take 4,000 women, the overall population is still going to be a higher number of men.
Yes, I get
So,
you now. Yeah.
Okay. So, getting to that. And here's some more data.
Okay, go ahead.
Might as well.
May as well,
bring this
make
up.
us like fully depressed. Don't do it by half.
Yeah, stand away from any like sharp objects, like don't be in a garage or someplace that you have tools laying around. That sort of thing.
Yeah, although it may be tempting, don't do anything untoward.
Go ER.
Right. So let's say let's talk about the percentage of people saying someone they were dating or had been on a date with has done each of the following. Oh, actually forget about that data. I had another graph up here. Let me bring it up here. Okay, so this is women say it's hard to find someone who's looking for the same kind of relationship and meeting their standards. Okay, so this is meeting women's standards.
Okay.
And men. So here, let's compare like the men and women here. So the percentage of people that say it's hard to find someone who meets their expectations.
Okay. Sorry. Start again.
So that's so the percentage of single people that say it's hard to find someone who meets their expectations, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So for men, it's 35%. For women, it's 56% of men. All right. Okay. Yeah. The percentage that is hard to find someone looking for the same type of relationship as them. Again, men 45%, women 65%. So that's searching for the same type of relationship.
Like the name of the show today, the title of the stream is "It's Over Statistically."
Statistically,
and it
yes.
really is. Like, just I thought I provided enough statistics to present a good case of why it's over, but you've kind of you've taken this like 10 steps further. This is brutal.
Okay. And another thing I wanted to jump into is, other than the data, I'm going to reference two women that I know, and you can tell me what you think about these two. Two women. Okay, one woman is uses Tinder and online dating and things like that. The other woman does not, and she meets people, in real life, and that's how she meets all of, whether through friends or just like meeting random people through her job or on the street. And so if you look at the woman that uses Tinder, right? Because I've talked to her about what issues she's having with online dating. So basically, one thing that is she's having difficulty is finding a guy that that she wants to date. So, like, she cannot find the guy that she wants to date that wants to date her.
Yeah.
She's finding it exceedingly difficult. She's saying that she sends messages to them, and they may reply once, but they don't message back, or something like that, or it just dies out, and so it just peters off, and it goes nowhere. And she is quite educated, pretty intelligent, things like that. But she has exceedingly high standards. And people have told her this before, but it doesn't seem to matter about that. But she can still get dates, don't get me wrong. She gets plenty of, meeting someone, even if it's just for a night, on there. So, but long-term relationships, she finds it exceedingly difficult to get anywhere on that. So,
yeah,
referencing the other woman.
Giga Chad widowed. Yeah.
Yes. So referencing the other woman, right? She is not educated, and works a very common sort of job. Nothing special, like cashier or something like that. Is most of her work. But she meets guys and talks to them, and will go out on dates and she'll go out, have fun, spend X amount of time. She's even been in long-term relationships, but those actually did peter out, and some of them did have abuse. But overall, she seems to be happier with her dating life, because she actually has plenty of choice anyway, but because her choices are actually limited, right? Like, she doesn't have, thousands upon thousands of guys to choose from. She's actually happier because, like, in the narrow amount of people she meets, she can pick out, whatever suits her needs the most, right? And it's not that difficult. So it's, the grass isn't greener on the other side because she can't see the other side, is what I'm referencing. So it's the dichotomy of choice. Basically, it's been referenced before, and several studies have been done on this. When you give people too much choice, they either make the wrong choice or they give up altogether. And with the first woman that I was talking about, basically that kind of happens. She's just like, sort of, oh, forget this. That dichotomy of choice is just like, it's just
so
overwhelming.
Doesn't this speak to women being happier when there was no social media, when they had a few limited options, and they weren't bombarded?
In fact, the data shows that women were happier 10 years ago with their dating life compared to now. Most women say that.
So, like, when we black pillars say that we need to go back to traditionalism, you get the knee-jerk reaction that, oh, you want women pregnant and barefoot, but the data shows that women were probably a lot happier, not pregnant and barefoot, but with fewer options that they took more time to value.
Yeah. So, and there's other data that indicates that too. I think it's a survey done by some long-standing magazine done, like I forget the name, but they've been doing it since the 1950s, and
right.
they have found that happiness levels amongst women have been on the decline, not
Definitely,
going up.
yeah, I've heard that. Look, that's great. We're gonna be looking at more data next week. So I have to keep. Oh, stop! I have to keep going now. But I'm gonna drag you into the lightning round. Okay, so stick around. Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right. No.
Thank you. Let's get through these callers real quick, and then we'll be out of here. Let's take. I think it was Melanin Man. I'm gonna use a trick to get rid of some people as well. Oh, you're joking. I don't have Skype on my PC, so you're calling me on my phone. It's not gonna work. Melanin Man, you're on Looks Live. Melanin Man, you're on Looks Live.
For some reason I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
It's just your typical Discord VC.
Yeah. Man. All right. A few more seconds, and then you're dragged back
Hello?
into waiting bay. Hello. All right. Are you there? All right. Stop the madness. It's let's take Looks Maxed Goat. You're on Looks Live. Again, listening to the stream. You're joking. These people. And someone's calling me on someone is calling me on
Getting harassed over there.
I know. Jeez. All right. I'm not on Skype today. So Looks Maxed Goat, you're on Looks Live.
Hello, I can hear you.
All right. Let's see if I can get rid of you really quickly. Can you give us some feedback on the stream, the topics of the stream we had today?
Yeah. Bro, like, I actually think I don't know, women are getting kind of upsetting, and
He's trying to be
I really
smart.
can't.
What did you think of the data that I presented in the stream today?
Yeah, it's the same facts that we've heard in some other streams of yours. I don't know. This is the hard truth. So the Chads get all the women and all the rest of the men. The 80-20 rule. Yeah.
Okay, he played. I'm not convinced, but he played his card right. Okay, what's your point?
I actually I wanted to speak about what do you think about the future of the sexual market? You know, the future. What's come next?
Like I said, men are ugly men, sub 5, low value, short men. It will be more noticeable that we're second class citizens. So probably refused entry into nightclubs, like just blanket, not like sometimes you can get in, sometimes you can't. It will be like straight no, like straight you're not allowed in at any time. What else? Basically living as second class citizens, as if like we're refugees, as if we're like undocumented immigrants we're gonna live as. So yeah, it's gonna be brutal. I think women will be encouraged to file assault charges if we sit next to them. Like they'll social distancing. I think it will be social distancing for sub 5s. Like, yeah, I think that's where we're going.
Yeah, it seems like it's Really, from what I've seen, it looks like we are going to have to get away from the Tinder and apps and dating apps and just focusing more on attracting females on the streets and bars and clubs. But as you say,
Not happening. Like I said,
if you can't
dating
get
is going
into the
online.
clubs,
I don't think you saw the
we
graph.
have.
You didn't see the graph. Dating is going increasingly online. My days, I feel like a Stacy right now.
Yeah, you're losing.
Dating is going increasingly online. So there is none of this approach a woman on the street. You'll be arrested.
Yeah, it's over.
All right. Thanks for your call.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Drag you into lightning round. Let's get some of these people on and gone really quickly. Let's take Parmaki. Parmaki, you're on Looks Live. And you just know the Mike Seldom. He's listening to the stream.
What happened today with this? Last time I was on, everyone was good to go. I feel like something like what's everyone's deal today?
I have no idea. It's pretty disappointing. While we wait for him, let's I wanted to refer to another piece of content. So let me get it. Here it is.
One of the things that you showed earlier?
Yeah, it's all right. So this is from New Statesman. How she ghosted me. The men being radicalized by Tinder data.
Okay, I think I'm connected.
Elena Peak said, by sharing their dating app history online, incelibate men are seeking to spread their woman-loathing, dangerous ideology. I'll just read one or two paragraphs from this. Over a period of 2.5 years, Michael looked for a girlfriend on the dating app Tinder. The app showed him thousands of women. In fact, Michael knows exactly how many women he swiped yes to. 4,373 out of 9,103. 54 of these women said yes back. Out of 4,373, 54 of these women said yes back, of which 11 agreed to dates. Out of these 11, 1 stood him up, 1 became a flatmate, and 2 became girlfriends. This is doing well in 2020.
That's doing well. Yeah, wow. Yeah. If that happened to me, that would be amazing.
Yeah. I was gonna read. Where is it? So,
I've swiped right so many times I've ran out of women. It literally says there are no more women in your vicinity.
I've used an auto swiper that swiped 9 women at a time. I think I got to like 10,000, 20,000 women swiped, something like that. And then, yeah, I'll continue reading. Michael is not alone. In fact, he is one of a growing number of men sharing their dating app information online for Reddit community members to comment on. But while Michael's post is relatively harmless, an increasing number of the incelibates, involuntary celibacy community have jumped on the trend, using their Tinder statistics to spread their woman-loathing ideology. So the narrative here is that it's kind of okay to share your dating experiences as a man, as long as you don't comment on it. So share it, but shut up. Don't infer anything. Don't come to any logical conclusions about it. Otherwise, you're woman-loathing. You're part of a underground, hateful community. But if you share it and shut up and people ignore it because there's no interpretation going on, then I think that's kind of acceptable. I'll continue reading. This trend is definitely something that attracts the incelibate community. A lot of the data posted is also noticeably skewed towards people who find success more rarely than the average person. So it confirms their biases and probably helps ease their anxieties, says Andrew. Okay, this is what I wanted to read. I think it's down here. So again, the graphs from OkCupid, which they deleted when Black Pillars kept referring to it, they deleted it. Other graphs on the threads include more general quote-unquote statistics, such as bar chart that claims 0% of women on US dating app OkCupid thought that the men they saw were in the top tier of attractiveness. So they've put statistics in quotes, even though it's from a legitimate source. The thing is, they just don't like the data. What else was here? I'm gonna go through. So they mention Elliot, yeah, because if you mention Elliot, then anyone reading who had some degree of empathy towards us, that empathy can be like struck away by mentioning Elliot. It continues. Over a Reddit message, Sam tells me that dating apps are to blame for the rise of involuntary celibacy in the 18 to 20-year-old male age demographic. When women are granted access to picking and choosing only the cream of the crop when it comes to men, they will do just that. And the same could be said for men. However, most men are struggling to get a date on dating apps, whereas females often complain about being bombarded with offers and people trying to get their attention. I think, I'll read this. He adds, if I could, I would get rid of every single dating app on the face of the earth. If you look into the dating of men that use dating apps versus those that do not, you will find that men who use dating apps are much more likely to use anabolic steroids, partake in fasting, force themselves to vomit up their food, get cosmetic surgery, and have more life self-canceling thoughts, while plastic surgery is burgeoning among all of the small number of incelibates. Sam's comments are typical of the unverified statistics shared on these popular dating threads. But if you cross-reference, maybe not so much the steroids and stuff, but if you cross-reference all of the data, it is on our side. Paul Mackey, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Is it working? Oh, awesome. No, I concur with all this like Tinder data and everything like that. My experience was keep on swiping right, and I had like two ogres, like one at a 10. I know that's something, but after like the first meetup, never hear from them again. And this is like your basement dweller women. We think they're like incel as well, and they won't even give you a second look. And my experience, it's easier for in real life experience, but the problem with that is with the increase like sexual assault accusations happened to me a couple of times. You only can be good looking, you have to be good looking to do both. And the fact that it's moving towards online dating and it's probably safer like legally, so for incels not to get charged, I think it's like, it's over from here, especially with where it's going with COVID and the online and dating you. So it's better just to get hobbies other than women.
When did you realize it's over? When did you realize that online dating has made it impossible, and social media in general has made it impossible?
It's like 5 years ago. This has been quite a long time, and then I was probably probably like 3 years ago, and then that's where I kind of made that shift. Like what our guest, I forgot what his name was. What was your name again?
Back to school.
Oh yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm on the same page like that. Like I pick up hobbies. Like, so I just immerse myself in hobbies just to kind of distract myself from all the negativity and the constant reminders. Even like I'm enjoying this like lockdown from where I am at. They actually did like a 4-week lockdown where you can't even go outside, go to the grocery store, go to the gym, and I feel a lot happier about that. So I don't have to expose my face to the world.
Yeah,
So,
same.
yeah, it's been
Legit.
some time.
That's exactly what I do, and that's what Face was asking me. A lot of people ask me like, "Why? How can you stay so positive and stuff?" And it's exactly that. It's exactly what you just said. It helps more than people think. People think like, "What's the point of that? What's it gonna do?" No, but it helps though. It does. Like way more than way. It's like almost like the sum doesn't equal like the whole. If that makes sense. Like you think like if I have my life and then I add to it like some hobby or something, how is that going to change anything? But then when you actually do it, it turns out that it ends up being like more than you expected, Because for me, like when I got involved in MySpace, it ended up being like a social thing. Like I have like groups of people that I talk to now for the profession. You know what I'm saying? It ends up being like a money thing. And then it's like a whole like world that I didn't know existed kind of. So yeah, it can maybe worth trying like hobby maxing.
I think so, and I'm near your age as well. Like I'm 30 years old, and it just when I realized all that time I wasted on chasing women, all that negativity, all that kind of backlash. I remember I got accused for sexual assault for just even asking for a girl's phone number. So when I removed myself from that, so you know what, I'm kind of done, and focus on areas of my life where I had all these hobbies. Just felt much more positive, much more better. So I think I recommend.
Hold up.
Could
you go into detail about this assault, sensual assault? How did you approach her? Where? What did you say? Was there a police follow-up? Could you like go into depth?
So for this particular case was I was working. It was like at the mall, and I don't actually really remember because I did so many cold approaches to where I thought it was like a numbers game. So I don't quite remember. But what happened was I ended up getting a job at that same mall, and the girl recognized me working there, and she immediately contacted the security department. Said, "Oh, this guy asked me for my phone number," and then I was kind of brought in an investigation there, and I was like, "Yo, I didn't do anything wrong. Check the footage." 100%.
What the hell?
Like shocking.
No, come on
And
now. Like
ever since
just
that
asking a
happened,
phone number? Like, are you serious?
100%. And ever
Asking
since
a
then, it was
phone
just like, you know
number.
what? This is affecting my income. So I'll try online dating instead because I can't afford the risk for losing my job. So I kind of stopped cold approaching from that point on. I slowed it down quite a bit just because of that. And then when I realized, well, online dating's not working and talking to girls in real life is not even a viable option if you want to keep your career. I said, well, you know what? It's just like, I'm going to cut my losses and take this time that I was wasting and put in towards like a hobby that I enjoy. And I think that's what I recommend most guys do instead of roping themselves or find something that they like.
Man, I don't know what to say. This is
It's the cold-hearted truth. Is just like, it happens, and this was like 5 years ago. Imagine how bad is it now, and especially after COVID. I don't even want to imagine there's some good-looking girls to say, you know what, I want to maybe, but then I realize in the back of my head it's kind of like a buzzer in my mind is you remember what happened to you. So it kind of this negative experience kind of protects me, from doing something stupid like that again.
exactly being so stupid as to ask for a phone number, in public. How dare
in public. How dare I? Yeah.
Jeez. All right. I would love to hear more from you, but I'm going to try and end the stream soon. So I'm going to drag you into the lightning round. Okay. So sit tight. We'll do this lightning round soon. Okay. So thanks for your call. Right. Let's try and get these last 3 on quickly. Can't stop Duck. You're on Looks Live. Oh, he can't hear me. Can't stop Duck. You're on Looks Live.
Hey, hello. All right, can you hear me?
Hallelujah. Yes, loud and clear. Hi.
All right. Wow, finally, I made it here. I'm so happy. Okay, so I have to mention a couple of things. First of all, I just want to point out that I'm from Spain. Okay, so my English is not very good. All right, I live in Barcelona, and basically, just to let you know, if you guys didn't know, Spain is like a sexual scavenger country. Did I say it right?
I don't know, but I've heard bad things about Spain. Like feminism in Spain is
It's yeah,
like
next level,
rampant,
brutal.
runaway, brutal. I heard that if a woman accuses you of assault, you get thrown
Yeah.
in a cell without any
Check.
like
Yeah,
your word
yeah.
is like
Without
not
even
taken.
checking. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, in some cases that could happen. I had some guys that I knew that had problems with the law, just because on how bad the things are. And yeah, well, I mean, you live in UK, right?
Yeah.
I think in a lot of countries, in the Western countries, the things are really, really bad. But I'm pretty sure in Spain, to get dates or get laid in general, all that things, here is like, I would say we are like number one, like for sure. It's really, really hard. At least I have some Spanish friends that travel in other countries, and they told me that when they went to other countries, they like couldn't, like they could get some girls like much more easier than in Spain, and they all tell me the same. So and yeah, so what else? I'm 6'1". Okay, I'm young. I'm 23 years old. In face, I'm average, but like the only thing I can get is like girls that are like three or below. It's crazy. Like I have a group of friends. They are all in shape. They are not ugly. They're okay looking, like 6'5". Some are like 7 or higher, but they don't have girlfriends. Me neither. It's just crazy. Like the ones that have girlfriends, like they are like the girlfriends are like 3, 2, 1. Like they are super ugly, either ugly or fat. So we're getting to a point where I really don't know. Like myself, like in face, I consider myself well in general, I consider myself between 6 and 7. And if I get a 4, like it's not normal. Like it doesn't happen often. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Like
Six at face, you said, or 6 or a 7, and you're 6'1", and you
look,
can't
yeah,
get girls that are above a 4.
I'm 6'1" on height. On face, I'm pretty average. I'm not ugly, but I'm not beautiful either. And like my D is average as well. But yeah, I mean, I consider like I'm pretty average. Like okay, I have a good height, but that's it. And the other things are pretty normal. But I'm nothing special here. Like the girls' standards are incredibly high in Spain. Like I don't know. Like if you don't have like a social circle, it's really hard like to get a date or something.
But you have a social circle. You sound like you have
Mm,
everything like that a girl would want. You just don't have anything special, like you said. But how is someone that if you have all these features and you can't get a, how is
Yeah.
someone who's missing any of these features? If someone's like my height or if they have a bad face, how are they even supposed to stand a chance if you're struggling?
Well, I know people that that they have the ones that has girlfriend. I mean, like the girl is either fat or ugly, and I don't want to be with a fat or ugly girl. I want to be at least. I would be happy. I would be happy with an average girl, average like 5.
Right.
But
Same.
I can't get a 5. I just can't. It's impossible. Like legit. So since like 6 months ago, I'm starting to go to the gym. I'm working out a lot, and I only demand at least a 5. Okay, a decent looking girl, but it just doesn't happen. And yeah, like that's why I'm here. I have a lot of respect for Face. I saw all his videos, all the streams. I don't consider myself an incel. Okay, I shouldn't be here, I know. But yeah, I mean, the situation just brought me here at the end of the day. And yeah, well, I'm complaining. I'm not an incel. I just empathize with you guys because if it's hard for me, I just
Then
couldn't
imagine for
imagine
us.
how hard it is for you guys. You know?
Exactly. All right. Can't stop duck. Thanks for your call. I'm gonna put you in the lightning round. Okay. So thank you. Stick around. Further
Okay, I have more
instructions will
things to
follow.
say, but okay, yeah, it's
Yeah,
fine.
you can
Like if you
call
want
again
to
next
get
time.
to
Okay.
other people.
All right. Thanks.
What? Sorry?
All right. Stay there. Let's get Brutus on next, and then the last call after that. So, Brutus, you're on Looks Live. Oh, which planet are people on? Brutus, you're on Looks Live.
Hello?
Jeez.
Hello there.
Hello, Brutus.
My name is Brutus.
Okay.
What would you like to say,
Thanks
Brutus?
for your call.
All right.
That's a flush right there. Let's take Renell. Renell is the last call. You're on Looks Live. Renell, you're on Looks Live. This is good because I'm not sure if I want to take the call. Renell, you're on Looks Live.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
Can you comment on the
I got some
data?
good news.
All right. Can you comment on what we've spoken about so far, and then drop your news?
I don't really know. Maybe she rejected, maybe not. I don't know. I already know. I have no idea, but I know that Asians don't do well on dating sites. Say that. But she
Okay.
might reject him later.
All right. Be quick.
But all right. So I have some great news. You should start playing your Hallelujah sound effect right now.
All right. Is this going to be good news for me or
basically,
you?
everybody
right.
in the community, everybody.
All right. Lay
So
on
basically,
us.
we are mortal. Not like in like or your kids are gonna pass you down. We are literally mortal. We can't die from old age and found a cure. Basically, it's like a fountain of youth, but like basically like a gas chamber. So they give you like oxygen, and let me explain the science. You might not believe, but how you get old is that you have telomeres, and whenever like your cells like divide, you know how your cells divide, like every day your cells divide. Whenever your cells divide, they get shorter and shorter, right?
Yeah.
And once like the telomeres get shorter and shorter, that's when you die. Like that's when people die of old age. The telomeres get shorter and shorter, and when your cells get so short, they start becoming drunk and start like attacking your body. That's why old people get heart attacks and stuff like that, because their cells basically attack them. So basically, they have found a way to fix that. And the thing is, not only that we are immortal, but we could also reverse aging. So they got like 60-year-olds and they reverse their age 25 years. So
Do you have
equivalent
like a
of
link
25
to
years.
this? Like this sounds like I would have heard it.
Yeah. Nah. I study science a lot. That's why I always come on here with like studies and facts. I study science. But nah, this is you have to like study science like. But I
Okay,
got
so
you. I'll
this
send over.
must be there must be
Yeah.
one source at least.
Okay. But here's the good thing. This basically means that the cell issue is done with, because all that means is that you'll just have to be patient and just don't die until we could create like plastic surgery on the fly, like where plastic surgery will be like the norm, or it'll be really easy to do. So if
Oh
you like
yeah.
live, you could really But
And you reckon this service surgery is going to be like cheap?
right now it's only $12K to reverse you 25 right now, and you could do this in
To reverse you what?
any first world to reverse your age.
Scientists.
Yeah.
Let me have a look at this quickly. I'll put it in my browser. Hold up a sec.
Yeah, so you might even have to delete your channel because basically the incel issue is not really an issue anymore. Because we could
All right.
basically live forever and just wait till we could just do plastic surgery really easily.
Scientists
You won't die.
successfully reversed human aging process in breakthrough study. Why have I not heard this before?
Because I study
Because-
science. Like I've been studying this before this study even came out. Like I always studied this. How are we gonna like extend like the telomere? But as soon as this came out, I caught wind of it because I've been keeping track of that. Because they said like in the next 30 years it should be a thing, but it came really quick actually. Like it didn't take that long. So that's
All
why
right, well,
I study science basically. That's why I know.
You know
I
what?
study science.
I was actually wrong. I thought you were going to come on here with some BS, but this is actually good news. And I think from the look of things, you might actually deserve the hallelujah. Thanks for the good news, bro.
Yeah, so basically you just have to wait. Don't get into car accidents. Don't like go in a zoo.
You say
try
like
to
people
fight a tiger.
get into
Like, just
car
try
accidents
to
on
live.
purpose. You say it like
you
that
just
was
try
my
to live
plan
for,
for
like,
tomorrow.
Yeah. But yeah, if you could just basically live for like the next year, you won't die of old age. Like just do this. And the thing is, it's 12K right now, but it's also gonna get cheaper in the future. But right now, if you want to do like 25 years versus age back to 25 years, it's gonna cost you like 12K. So that's like a whole surgery right there. The good thing is that there's no age pill anymore. Like people can't claim, oh, I'm an
All
old
right,
cell.
slow down there. With
they
this,
could-
not anymore.
We're
It's
not quite there
we're not
yet.
there yet.
Because
you can't really say we're not.
Yeah.
Because you
I
can
mean, you're
reverse your
getting
age
ahead
if
of
you have
yourself
enough
here.
money.
You're
There's
getting
no
ahead of
age pill.
yourself here.
Not yet, though.
Huh?
I mean,
No, I'm saying if
But
you're like you're
it's
good
not big
looking,
enough yet.
we
you're
don't
good
know
looking,
the side effects either. So, you know, hold your horses on this. It's promising, but I'll be convinced when I have a reason to be, right?
okay. So but it did reverse them back. So
I need to see
it's not like
pictures.
it
I
is
need
the
to see
side of it.
pictures of these
Huh?
people. I need
We don't
to
see this being
pictures.
done in large numbers. We don't see that. Wow, when you walk outside, look at this. The aging process has been reversed. If you, I would say 0.00% of people have had this done, which is a number that's too small to make any generalizations about anything. But this has to start being used in larger numbers. And of course, if this is real, if this is something that can really be done, then of course it's going to be huge because no one wants to age. So yeah, it's promising, like he said.
Yeah, we've barely perfected jaw surgery with relapsing and that kind of thing, like relapsing. So we don't know. I'm guessing you have to be on some kind of hormone for the rest of your life. There may be knock-on effects of that. They may present their own side effects or their own drawbacks. So yeah, it's promising, but yeah, let's not
I
get
agree.
ahead of
I
ourselves.
agree. They might be but people have been doing like this process for years. Like it's not like something that just came. Like people has been doing the oxygen chamber thing where they go into they've been doing it for years. So there's no like, oh, you might get this or that. People have been doing it. It's just that when they tested it to see if it reverses aging, it reverses aging. So there's no like, oh, when you do it, you're gonna catch a heart attack or like the next day. People have been doing this for years.
All right, Renell, thanks for your call. I'm going to drag you into the lightning round, okay? Thanks for your call. That was great. Now, I need to let's read some super chats and then do the lightning round, and then we will be out of here. So let me refresh my page. I'm not sure where we got up to. Wow, there have been quite a few. Practice. All right. I think you read this. Did you see this back to school cell? Back to school. If you SEA max, Southeast Asia max, will you abort any males? Did you read that? Did you see that?
Yeah, I answered
Okay.
that. I
All
answered
right.
that
Yeah.
already.
Complex EZ for $10 said, "I'm a fit black guy who 5'11", you know, who needs verbs, who is 5'11", I'm guessing. I'm 22, getting no attention whatsoever in San Diego, like I'm a normie. But when I went to Texas, where there's more black people, I was getting catcalled by women." Okay, thanks for the brag. Josh said nothing for $5. Bend Over for $5 said, "Face you Volcel. You won't move to a southern state being 6'3" BBC with a British accent. You will slay. Go to a BLM protest. Women will jump your bones." Yeah, I'll just get a green card because that's easy to do. Josh for $2 Canadian said, "Love bots and AI minus the validation is the future." Yeah, we should have spoken about that, but we can do that next time. Space 99 Yak for $1.99 said, "Put them on the carnivore diet, more bioavailable. I think that's in reference to your offspring. Back to school cell. Carnivore diet for your sons. Shutting from the sky or shooting from the sky for $5 says, "Geomax and Moneymax in Southeast Asia." Bend Over for $2 says, "Will you put a dong extender on your Harper son?" That's for you. Do you want to respond or shall I just keep going?
I think you can keep going.
All right. Shooting from the sky,
Is
$5.
there a lot?
No, next. This is the next super chat. He said, "Post your bank account on Tinder." Okay. Raw Dog 34. Raw Dog 34 says, "For $10, thank you. I'm a normie / Chad light in the face and body type, but I'm 5'6" and keep getting rejected based on height alone. I live in the US. I get height mogged constantly or mocked. He wrote mocked, but it might be mogged. I don't know. I get height mocked or mogged constantly.
I mean, you get both, so.
Women hardly show me respect. Yeah. Snowballs for you said, "You will end up with a lot of time and money and no one to share it with." Ouch, that is brutal.
No, Cope,
It will
I have a comment on that.
All right.
People always say that you're just going to end up, if you just money max, you're going to end up making a lot of money, but you're not going to share it with. However, I would disagree that if you have money, you open up what money does that people don't understand. It's like another thing. It's when you make money, it's not just you with a bank account full of money and whatever. You also learn how to spend money properly. You learn what you can do with it. And you could do a lot more with money than you could probably imagine. The only reason you don't know what you can do with money is because you've never actually had money. But with money, you can get into places that other people can't get into. You can get into like different, like if you're by like New York City, like I am, you can like get into like different social circles and stuff. And you can meet people who have like access to different things. So it's, maybe you could say it's cope, but also the other thing is that females are like, you may meet a female in space that would, definitely be more likely to date you if you have status. Status works. You've seen it with celebrities. Like you can money doesn't do anything, but status does do something. You've seen a lot of like Danny DeVito has a girlfriend, like an attractive girlfriend. Like obviously he would not, maybe no, she's not attractive, but he still has a girlfriend, which is still ridiculous. Obviously status is a big deal. And with money, you can turn money into status if you're smart with it. You can't just turn nothing into status. So the only reason I say money max is it's not a red pill thing. It's literally it's a life pill thing. It's like it improves everything in your life, guaranteed. Money always makes your life better, and not having money always makes your life worse.
Exactly.
Just basically,
One thing I want to argue back on is you said Danny DeVito has a wife. She divorced him, and he married her in the 70s, and she's hideous. So
She is hideous.
Yeah. Apart from that, okay. All right. Let's keep going. What else was there? Oh yeah. So I'll read snowballs for you. Continued, and no one to share it with. It will still feel empty and hollow at the end of the day, and it's a band-aid. Okay, that's his opinion. Emrios, $4, says Latina will say Asian reminds her of her brother. Shooting from the Sky said go to Thailand. Shooting from the Sky said how can you not get laid in Thailand? $5 each time. And then Cools, $2, said Face, how long is your BPENIS? If I say it, people will call me a fake cell. But you know, people seem to have this, or black pillars seem to have this impression that you could just walk around with your manhood out. It doesn't work like that. And also, my impressive length is, you know, when I'm standing to attention, you know what that means. And so you can't be in that state of arousal consistently and constantly. So, you know, it by the time a woman sees my manhood, she would have had to been attracted anyway. So yeah, that doesn't work. But yeah, anyway, I'll keep going. Raw dog 34 says, Face, you crack me up, mate. You make my days better. Thank you. I'll refresh that one last time to make sure I didn't miss a last minute one. Nope, I got it. All right. So the culmination of the data we've looked at. Yeah, okay. So conclusions from the studies we've seen. Online dating is more prevalent than charts even show, because women don't like the stigma of stating that they met on online dating. Women are less likely to want to be approached in real life because that side of their dating life is handled online, where they have more control. It's easier to left swipe someone on your phone than in real life. It's more efficient. What else? Women prefer online dating, and looks matter more in online dating, obviously. Looks matter in real life anyway, so it's not as if you can just resort to in real life dating or approaching and dismiss online dating. Looks matter in real life too. In fact, you, like I said before, you become an insult to women's online alternatives when you approach in real life, because if you're significantly below women's the attractiveness of the men that women can get on from social media, then you're an insult. There is no. It's becoming really hard for in real life interactions to afford you the benefit of charisma and getting your foot in the door. It's becoming like that is falling away. And like I said, the trends that we're seeing show no signs of reaching the bottom. This isn't as bad as it's going to be. We're looking at things as they're continuing to follow their trend to wherever they may go. We're not there yet. I wanted to speak with Rollo Tomasi, but apparently he wanted to speak to me. He's a dating coach. He wanted to speak to me. My voice is breaking. He wanted to speak to me, but because of doxing threats by other people who he thinks are affiliated with me, he declined, but he would have. So I don't know. We can keep badgering him, I guess. Yeah, but Rollo Tomasi doesn't speak to today's dating market issues. He offers good tips that help men have an empowering, assertive, self-valuing, centering attitude. But Rollo doesn't speak to the difference and the pressures men are under uniquely in today's current age, with the factors that we have against us. So I would love to speak to him about that, but I doubt he would, because I can come with data. He comes with utopian, red-pilled ideals of what like behavioral determinism, what he thinks should be able to happen if you do the right things. So yeah, the culmination of all of what we've seen today is this. The culmination of what we see is unrestrained, runaway hypergamy. Like the hypergamy today, female hypergamy, is soul crushing. It's incelibate underclass making. It's man isolating. It's male rage fueling, family delaying, civilization ending, and it's real. This is a screenshot from a woman asked a question on some kind of social media app. I don't know which one it is, but it doesn't matter. Ask me a question, she posed. So someone asked, has a hookup ever told you your kitty stunk? And she said, no, but my ex did. That's only 'cause I effed him after raw effing like 3 different guys before him, joke face. And if you look at her, she's not showing her face because I guess she wants to have some anonymity, which gives credence to this being legit. Look at her body. She is a land whale. So the culmination of all of these data points and the cross section of data, the cross referencing of data that we did today, that Bendover brought onto the stream, and that everyone else did. The culmination is this era we live in. This is not where we end up, but this is the journey to where we're going. This is the journey. This isn't the destination. This woman can not even practice hygiene, and she has an ex. She has a boyfriend. She has 3 men who threw themselves at her. And next we have, I think is,
it wasn't like this 10 years ago, 15 years ago
Yeah.
at all. You remember even in high school or anything like that, when if you had a woman like in that picture, in the first picture that you showed with the
Yeah.
larger girl, if you had a girl like her in your class and you talked to other guys about her, they would be like, oh yeah, no one would ever date her. Like what? Like that would be like embarrassing almost if you
Yeah.
were the one to date someone like that. Nowadays, it's like, I would be surprised if she didn't have a boyfriend. I'm not going to actually say anything about my personal life, but I've known people of that, in that same category. And the first few times that they said it over the last couple of years that they had boyfriends, like they just kind of injected it into the conversation, I was like surprised. But now I hear it from girls all the time. I guess you kind of basically assume that every girl has a boyfriend now, or they have someone that they're dating or having sex with, or like, you really don't have girls who aren't having sex anymore. They basically have as much sex as they want. That's what dating apps have done. Every girl can fulfill their sex drive now. It doesn't matter what they look like or what their hygiene is.
Something I've heard, which is definitely true, is women have to try hard today, in today's modern era. Women have to try hard not to have as much intimacy as is offered to them. They have to downplay it, reject it, filter it. There's too much of it going around for them.
Yeah, that's
all right.
it's actually ridiculous.
It is. I'll just read this next thing. This is from Tinder. This woman who's quite chubby, which I like. I like chubby women. But
No,
listen
she's
to the
fine.
insult. She's fine. What did you say?
I think
You said
she's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah. But listen to her profile. What do you call? You've heard this before. What do you call boys under 6 foot? Friends. And so that's her bio. That's her. That's the. I guess, like I said, women. When it comes to women, they filter men out. When it comes to men, we rule women in. We're like I said, women are like, he's balding. That's a no. He's short. That's a no. Men are like, she has hair. That's a yes. She's got 2 eyes. 2. Like I would be happy with 1, but she has 2 eyes. She's definitely, yeah. That's it. So, yeah, that is where we are. That's where the data has taken us. She's not bad looking at all. I'm not insulting her looks. In fact, she's really decent. I'm just
She's like a
referring to
7.
the insult. Facially.
Oh, that's about the 50th time I've heard that, like maybe more probably that I've heard that. You yourself, who's not even short, has probably heard that now, how many times, or seen that how many times, right? So imagine how many times that I've seen that or had that directed to me or something along those lines, it probably uncountable really at this point.
Exactly. Right. Before we go, we're going to do a lightning round. Fate, I don't know if you can post a link to the Incelibate server in the chat. I run an Incelibate server. It's for Incelibates, not just any old black pillar. And so if you want to join, there is a verification process. If you want to join, I think Fate can get the ball rolling. If you can't, I'll try and do it myself. I should have prepared him. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to get the lightning round ready. If you haven't heard how we do this, you just finish that I give you a prefix. You state the prefix, and then you say the first thing that comes to your mind. Be witty, be insightful, be interesting, and then be gone. It's not a conversation, it's a sentence. Just say the first thing that comes to your mind. Is it fun? If it's funny, great. If it's insightful, if it's educational, good. But say it and then be gone. Censored for YouTube. So the prefix is bipedfoiden should. Okay? So say the prefix bipedfoiden should. You finish it, then you're gone. All right. I'll start. Bipedfoiden should be mashed down into a fine paste and used to fill the potholes in the road. Hopefully not too controversial for YouTube. All right, a rule. Go. Bipedfoiden
should. Shut up and...
I'm going to have to censor that. Bipedfoiden should. Bend over.
Just like my name implies, bend over.
I like it. Can't stop duck. Bipedfoiden should.
Respect the men's.
Good. All right, Christopher. Bipedfoiden should.
Shut up and make me a sandwich.
You win the prize. I wish I had the right sound effect. I don't. Do I? No. All right. Honeymaid. Bipedfoiden should.
Lick my taint for more than 10 seconds.
Ivan 98. Bipedfoiden should.
Have sex with turfling and monkey.
What about you? Don't be too giving. Melanin man. Bipedfoiden should. Bipedfoiden.
Should start using their brains.
I think you're asking too much. Renell. Bipedfoiden should.
If FACEandLMS a chance.
Ah, beautiful. The boss. Bipedfoiden should. Bipedfoiden
should be oppressed and have no rights.
Back to school cell. Bipedfoiden should.
Come on this stream and defend themselves because everyone here is shitting on them. Jesus.
That was brutal. I liked that. That was good. Apart from my low IQ being in the wrong VC, that was great. So let me go back to this. So back to school cell. Yeah, thanks for your 4 hours in here. And I really do appreciate your yeah, that's it, Arul. That was it. We'll do another one next time. You want to leave us on something back to school cell?
Yeah, just thank you for having me on, and to all the people who are struggling out there, I don't really know what to tell you, to be honest. Just join Discord. It's a really good cope, I guess. Yeah, and hopefully you guys learned something from this stream. Like, I hope that my experiences, I don't know, made some of you guys feel like someone can relate to you, because yeah, I've been experiencing this kind of shit my entire life. So yeah.
All right, thank you, back to school cell. It's been a great great having your insight, and at least you're not a mic cell. Jeez. Yeah, thanks guys for taking part, and we'll be back next weekend. So thanks for your participation, and bye.